The following is brought to you by the
Maybe
People's National
moderator.
Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champions, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champions.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday again. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. I hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and we'll have a wonderful and restful weekend. Tonight's topic is where is the drug bust money? And we will have special guests in studio. We'll have Danishka Williams and also Daniela Morris, who will be joining us at different times later tonight. Let me just welcome those in the chat. Druck Live, George Beckford, Lena Miles, Gideon, Gidara Singh, Louis Longshaw, Angela Cole, George Beckford. Tonight, our panelist is Pink Skew Green, and we'll be joined shortly by Melting Pot. Also, we are expecting to be joined by Mr. Rattigan and your host, Baron and Anne-Marie. Without any further delays, Baron, you can take over.
All right. Thank you, Honey, for that. All right. Since we have Pink Skew, Ladies Pink Skew in the house, we're going to have Pink Skew just meet and greet her people, right? Because tonight we have the books to deliver, right? All right, Spinks.
Yeah, we would like to say good evening to Lady Anne-Marie, Uncle Byron, and Milton Part and Radigan who are coming on later, and to our guests, candidate guests coming on later. Say good evening to my friends and family in Jamaica, my Jamaicans living overseas, and my special love for my people from St. James, my family that lives in St. Elizabeth, who are voting for Miss Zeeks down there, and Comrade Zeeks down there. And I would like to say good evening to my family in Clarendon. Yes, and I have my family also in Kingston to say good evening to. And a special big up to everyone who is coming out to vote against Horace Chang to get him removed from that seat of Northwest St. James, especially one of my favorite brothers, Comrade Brothers, but Comrade Roy. I know you're out there watching.
All right.
She's frozen. Okay.
All right, Sister Pinks, thank you for that. So let us just ride and whistle, right? Let us do an introduction song as it relates to celebrating, right? Comrade leader, right? Victory on that debate, right? Let us just warm up a little bit before we get into the crux of things. The song.
Oh, it's different. Okay.
All right, let us just have something to warm us up as we get in, because tonight, as we say, it's bombshell night tonight, and we are going to deliver as usual, right? So we're going to have people take their notes carefully in terms of what we are discussing, right?
Goodness.
And make sure that we dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's in terms of some of the evidence that we are going to be presenting, right?
That I must run and nothing to be won. Anybody can identify with me this evening, so give me power, Lord, every hour. Say it with me, keep me through. Come on, people, get out of your seat and rock this evening. Rock and give Jesus glory, come. Keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. Yes, keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. Yes, there is a race that I must run, and a victory to be won. Somebody give God praise, hour. Yes, every hour. Yes, keep me true. Sing it again this evening. Keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. Yes, I keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. There is a race that I must run, yes, and a victory to be won. Yes, give me power, every hour. Yes, keep me true. My God, if I'm not living for Christ, then I cannot be happy. I need some people to praise Him this evening. I only live my life to please the Lord. I am working for a robe and a star on my crown. My God, I only live my life to please the Lord. Can we say that one more time this evening? If I'm not living for Christ, then I cannot be happy. Church of God, I only live my life to please the Lord.
All right, Jamaica. Someone send that clip to us because of what we are going to discuss tonight. We need coverage, right? We need the blessings. Because let me say this, Jamaica. I want the world to know that we are not fighting a normal evil. As a matter of fact, we are fighting Satan and Satan angels. And we have to win this fight. And we don't travel alone in the battle, because we are not just only fighting a physical battle, we are also fighting a spiritual warfare. People need to understand that. We have seen Darrell Valls is telling Jamaica that yes, it's a spiritual warfare that is on. And we understand. And so then we are well prepared and well equipped to fight both physically and spiritually. Before we get into the meat of the matter, let us have Melting Pot meet and greet as usual. Melting Pot.
Good night to one and all. Blessed Friday evening. Hope you're looking forward to having a blessed weekend as well. And, you know, preparing yourself for the upcoming week. You know, it will be a very big week in Jamaica history as it relates to the general election on the 3rd of September. So tonight, I just want to share the love and just make sure all my comrades, family are in high spirit and in the best of health. I would like to also acknowledge the panelists tonight. Lioness Pink Stew from the West, as always. You know, she bring what she have to the table. Our host, Sir Byron, always bring information that's credible. Our technical director, Lady Anne Marie, work tireless behind the scene to keep the show flowing like you all like it to, with captions and, you know, everything that makes the ingredients so nice. So tonight we're gonna enjoy the Mystic Sensation as we will be, you know, going into some goodies bag to come out with some good source of information. So stay tuned. All the best.
All right. All right. Now, Jamaica, we have seen that the Jamaica Labour Party had resorted to their old ways and giving us reflection of our brother Rattigan is here and giving us reflection. You know what? Let me just brother Rattigan.
Mike.
Just meet and greet. Brother Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You can't hear me?
Yes,
Mike.
loud and clear. Brother
All
Rattigan.
right, hold on. Let me switch this off. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Hold on 1 second.
We want the people to understand that.
All right.
We'll be sick. We'll be, yes. All right, brother Rattigan.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
You can hear me? Yeah?
Yes, nice and
all right.
nice and
Pick up yourself. Melting Pot, stay so. Lord Byron, Lady Anne Marie, listeners, viewers. Thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here, sir. And
yes.
I'm looking forward to the discussion.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So based on the happenings that we are seeing, we have seen that Jamaica Labour Party, based on their history, is now resorting to violence and try to utilize strategy, right, to create mayhem in our electoral process. They have done it. They have done it in 1980, and we have seen the result of that, right? But we are not going to have that, Jamaica. Let me tell you this: we are not going to have that, right? No form of fear mongering will stop the people from coming out to vote. So, in spite of what they are doing, the people are rolling out because enough is enough, and particularly the information that we will be revealing tonight, it is going to make it even worse for the Jamaica Labour Party. We'll be releasing this information to the fact that we know that they can't refute it. So we are going to get into the media release as it relates to the People's National Party response to what's happening as it relates to the interruption of today's voting process. However, we were told that, you know, everything went well in terms of the voting. So let us read where this is as it relates to the People's National Party media released. Kingston, Jamaica, August 29, 2025. The People's National Party strongly rejects the false and desperate accusations made by the Jamaica Labour Party GLP General Secretary, Dr. Horace Chang, seeking to link the PNP to bomb threats reported today. Can you imagine? Now we know that Dr. Horace Chang, and since you're going there, Horace Chang, right? You have come out in the WikiLeaks report, right, to be involved in drugs operation, gun transshipment, right? This is not VR saying this, right? That is WikiLeaks record of you, right, involving drugs operation and gun shipment, right? You shouldn't be in our parliament representing our people. You're a shame and disgrace, right, to the Caribbean and the entire world. Let me say that to you, Maurice Chang. Shame and disgrace in terms of what the report coming out in WikiLeaks relating to you. And we know that you cannot travel to the United States, right, as it relates to those reasons, right? You cannot travel to the United States. So we understand what you are doing here. We know who you are, Horace Strong. Let me say that to you. When those in authority rush to spread false allegations without evidence, it is usually a signal of their own complicity. This latest statement by Dr. Chang comes even before the authorities themselves have made determinations. Just imagine. He did not anticipate a police report, but he came out in front of the police because we know what he's doing. We know what he wants to do, create disturbancy, turmoil. Now, Horace Strong, let me tell you something. None of our people, right, is going to put their lives, right, as it relates to sacrificing their life for people like you, for corruption like you, right? We want you out of our parliament. You are a corruption. We want you and the Holness, right? Cumberlands out of our parliament. And it follows a pattern where the JLP has made sensational claims that later collapse under scrutiny, like this one does. Just last month, Donovan Williams publicly blamed the PNP for a shooting incident near a JLP campaign team in central Kingston. Yet the police confirmed that no motive had been established. Similarly, Darrell Vaz suggested that political motives after another shooting near a JLP meeting, but both the police and the PNP made clear that the incident was not political. Commenting on the matter, General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell said, every accusation by the JLP is an admission. Having lost the debates, the JLP is now seeking to distract from their failures and suppress the vote of the scrutiny forces. Let it be clear, the PNP has made it close to the people and to the police, and we are encouraging every eligible officer to exercise their democratic right to vote freely and without fear. Let us read back that over again. Let it be clear, the PNP has made its case to the people and to the police, and we are encouraging every eligible officer to exercise their democratic right to vote freely and without fear. The JLP knows that Jamaicans, including our security forces, want change, which all indications suggested that they want the relief of the PNP 3.5 million income tax threshold. They want leadership that puts people first. The JLP is trying to keep police officers away from the polls because they are afraid of the verdict of the people. We know, as it relates to our history of our politics, that anywhere the security forces swing, that is the party that will win the general election. Our history has shown that. The PNP will continue to campaign as true Democrats, standing on our track record, our policies, and our commitment to deliver a better life for all Jamaicans. We will not be distracted by fabricated stories from a desperate government clinging to power. Take that away, honey. Now, Jamaica, I want people to be focused tonight. And I want to have the ears of every single Jamaican tonight. When I said that, I explained as it relates to the Integrity Commission bill that was shepherded into law by Andrew Holness administration. And I explained to people that as a result of the electoral map, really and truly Andrew Holness did not have a chance. The electoral map, GLP 132 seats, PNP 131. And so then there was no 2/3 majority for the GLP in the lower house, and there was no 2/3 majority for the GLP in the upper house. And so then, of course, that is how both parties, both sides of the fence, shepherd in the Integrity Commission. Now, what I'm going to read the corruption index that shows you that Andrew Holness, under Andrew Holness administration, we had lost 4 places down in the corruption index. What the corruption index is going to show you, it is going to show you that we did make improvement when Mark Golding, as it relates to the Integrity Commission bill that shepherded into law, right, 2017 and executed 2018, that within itself have we gained, right, 4 places up as it relates to the corruption index. Before we get into the investigation, let us show you that, to show Jamaica, to show the world how Andrew Holness and his administration is damaging our country, and show you what Mark Golding has been doing to save Jamaica from the abyss of hell. Without any delay, let us bring up the corruption perception index and read it out to Jamaican people to show that, right, Mark Golding is fighting with all his might, with all his heart, right, for Jamaica. Now we know that the Jamaica Labour Party is the beast and evil, and we have to get it out. Summary of Transparency International 2022 Corruption Perception Index. Jamaica has improved 1 place in Transparency International 2022 Corruption Perception Index CPI countries ranking. It has moved from position number 70 out of 180 countries in 2021 to position 69 out of 180 countries in 2022. Its ranking were released this morning, January 31st. Jamaica 2021 CPI score of 44 out of 100, and this is the highest that it has ever been. So I want Jamaicans to record that. Where 0 means highly corrupt and 100 very clean, as however remain unchanged for 2022. The Jamaica's 2022 CPI score of 44 continues to stand as its best score ever, as I said earlier. It was previously attained in 2017. 2017 as it relates to the Integrity Commission Act that shepherded in, right? 2018, 2020, and 2021. Now, in the 21 years that TI has been ranked in Jamaica, the country has averaged a CPI score of only 38 out of 100. Prior to its 2017 CPI score of 44, it had never scored higher than 41. So it's as a result of the Integrity Commission Act that Mark Golden, the bill that Mark Golden worked on, and it was shepherded in, right, 2017 by the Andrew Holness administration. For reason being that Andrew Holness has no control because the electoral map was 32-31. Its CPI score in 2015, right, Jamaica lowest CPI score ever. Listen now, Jamaica lowest CPI score ever was 30, right? This was recorded in 2009, and we all know who was ruling in 2009. It was the Bruce Golding-led administration that Andrew Holness, right, was a part of its cabinet. 2009, where Jamaica has hit the lowest as it relates to Bruce Golding governance, and where Andrew Holness was in his cabinet. The lowest CPI score ever was 30. Here it is, people, evidence. This was recorded in 2009. Now, Jamaica CPI jumped in 2017, and you're going to hear the reason why it jumped. Ranking came in the same year that Parliament passed a long-awaited anti-corruption law, the Integrity Commission Act. The act merged the country's three leading anti-corruption commission into a single agency, the Integrity Commission. A CPI score of below 50 means that a country has a serious corruption problem. Jamaica has been firmly fixed in this category for 21 years. A poor CPI signal prevalent bribery, lack of punishment for corruption, and public institutions that do not respond to citizen needs. Now, here the embarrassment. English-speaking Caribbean countries were ranked in TI in 2022. Barbados, Bahamas, and St. Vincent came out on top, with Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana at the bottom, the same order as they were in 2021. Trinidad and Tobago improved considerably in the country's ranking, moving from 82 to 77. And so then take that away. Now under Andrew Holness administration, now we have dropped back, we have fell back, my people, to 40. So the score is currently at 40. We had now lost 4 points as a result of that corruption. But why did we lose 4 places down? You will later learn in terms of some of the evidence that I am going to present. Was it because of just merely nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery in our politics? No. Serious situation with drugs, serious situation with the corruption, and where this government, right, allow drugs baron to run through, and where they have their involvement with drug operators. Now tonight is not a funny game, people. Now, Jamaica, I am going to present two documents to you. These are documents that I have been showing you, right, on a couple of occasions. But I have been investigating the document because of what I observed on the document. Let me explain it to you before I go through the document. I observed that there was a vigorous investigation by the Integrity Commission investigators that tracked Andrew Holness' statutory declaration up to 2022. When we look at that, Andrew Holness' statutory declaration for 2022 land Andrew Holness at $200 million. I want people to pay attention to me in terms of what I'm saying. But there's something significantly wrong between 2022 and 2023. When we look back on another investigation that the Integrity Commission had done as it relates to $470 million running through Andrew Holness' account. We realized something. We realized a gross inconsistency. And what we realized a significant situation where it fall between 2002 and 2023. What we found a gap of $270 million placed into Andrew Holness' account between the period 2022 and 2023. Let me show that evidence before I get into the more serious evidence. Let me show it so that people can confirm it for themselves. This is not just Mystic Sensation saying this. I am going to have you confirm this for yourself. Let us bring up the first document. Document number 1. We are going to take our time, get through this evidence, which is very serious tonight. Very, very serious tonight where we are going with this. Now, yeah, are they seeing it tonight? Yeah. 200? 300. 300? Okay, all right. Wow. So here it is. All right, here it is. Total assets. Let me show the people. All right. 2008, 112 million. 2018, 112 million. 2019, 111 million. 2020, 131 million. 2021, 197 million. And my Jamaican people, I want you to write down this year, 2022, $200 million. What I want to show Jamaican people, that 2021, Andrew Holness take out his money out of SFL. So we are going to put out 2021 as it relates to Andrew Holness. Damage from Cash Plus comes straight up to SFL. $197 million we cover him for, right? Up until 2021, right? Between Cash Plus, Olent, right, and SSL, 197 million. Now, 2022, my Jamaican people, I want you to write down this figure, 200 million. Just put down 200 million, right? For 2022, take this document away. I just want to show that at 2022, Andrew Holness, right? Statutory declaration have him as $200 million. I heard Andrew Holness on the debate, right, with Mark Golding, saying that Mark Golding did not reveal this and that with him lying self. Now let us go into this, because we want to show you, right, that Andrew Holness, right, did not reveal this information to the Integrity Commission. Is the Integrity Commission have to investigate to find out this? Integrity Commission investigator have to find out this. But what I want my Jamaican people to pay attention to, this said 2020 to 2023. My Jamaican people, here it is, that 2023, between 2022 to 2023, we are looking now at $473 million. Right? 2023, $473 million. And so my Jamaican people, what we see that between 2022, where Andrew Holness have $200 million, we are seeing now 2023, Andrew Holness have $473 million. That's a gross difference of $273 million. This is what we are going to unknow, my people. Take that document away. The question that the Jamaican people need to ask, where that $270 million came from between year 2000 and between year 2022 and year 2023. How did Andrew Holness gathered $270 million? Now, my people, I want you to come with me. I am going to take you down memory lane. 470 million Jamaican dollars. But my Jamaican people, I want you to come with me. Let us travel down memory lane. And we are asking Google Gaga to come in the class. And of course, Father Llewellyn to come in the class. Now let us go to the evidence. And we are going to go to Mocha. My people, we are going to go to Mocha. My Jamaican people, pay attention to this. 2022, Andrew Holness has 200 million. 2023, he has $470 million. Bear the date in mind, what we see here, July 10, 2023. Please note the date. Let wife bring it up so that people can see the date, what we are dealing with. Here it is, July 10, 2023. Now, we are seeking as to where Andrew Holness get this money from, 270 million. Now, this incident actually took place in 2022. Mocha had reported this as it relates to 2023. So let me just warn the people, you know. It took place, and I'm going to show evidence that it took place in 2022 when Andrew Holness, right, had $200 million in his account. Where am I going, people? Look at this. Mocha arrest 7 in major Montego Bay. Hold on. Montego Bay drug bust. Okay. We're going to minimize it for it so that people can read it. Okay. What did I do there? All right, excellent. Okay. All right. Let us read. Moga agent arresting of 6 suspected drugs trafficker in Montego Bay on July 9, 2023. That's what Mocha is reporting, you know, people. Marco, that is what Mocha is reporting. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, supported by detectives from the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, CTOC, and the JCF Narcotics Division, last night carried out a giant anti-narcotics operation in St. James and Hanover, resulting in the arrest of 7 persons, including 3 suspected drug traffickers. The 7 persons have been taken into custody for interview and processing ahead of being formally charged. According to reports, a team of Mocha agents and JCF personnel went to a premises in Montego Bay in search of a suspected drug trafficker who was wanted for questioning in connection with multiple local and international drug traffic offenses. Let me explain this. So the United States provide intelligence, right, to Jamaica. Now let me say this, Jamaica. The person who the United States was pursuing got caught in this drug net. The person who the United States was pursuing and providing intelligence got caught in this drug net. But you're going to see the twists and turns in this case. This is very serious, people. The individual and 6 other persons were arrested pending further investigation. Let me make it clear. Here it is. The individual and 6 other persons. The individual that the United States is pursuing and 6 other persons were arrested pending further investigation. You're going to see further down in the report that, guess what? They let him go. They let him and his confederate go, and they are going to only zero in on 5. But my people, stand still, because more surprises here. You see what Mocha is now showing? Look what Mocha is showing. Last packed with few cocaines and all of that. During a search of the premises, approximately 9 kilograms of cocaine with a local street value of approximately 14 million Jamaican dollars was found. My Jamaican people, this is a bloody lie from Mocha, a bloody lie. Along with a large quantity of cash. You notice that they don't mention the large quantity of cash. A number of electronic devices and a motor vehicle. All 7 persons were later taken into custody for further processing. So you know that all 7 persons were caught. Come on, Jamaican people. Here's the house. Big thing. All right. According to the Major Bassey Jarrett, Director of Communications at MOCA, the collaborative efforts between MOCA, CETA, the Police Narcotics, and the JTF Technical Service Division, and plus intel from the United States, if you talk the truth, were instrumental in this operation. It shows the strength of partnership between the agencies in the fight against major organized crime and the shared commitment towards dismantling transnational criminal network. Major Jarrett also emphasized the importance of community engagement and police support and encouraged citizens to report any information related to organized crime and corruption to MOCA's tip hotline. Right? Now, let me take that away. My people, if you notice, MOCA did not come out and speak specifically to the amount of money that really found. Because all of that is what MOCA shaped down and tried to skim off. Now, and what happened that each time MOCA count, the money reduced. But we are going to show you, to my Jamaican people, the amount of money that found. Not only that, we are going to show you the amount that listed at one point. But the true matter of the fact, the money, the amount of money found was in the billions of dollars. Come people, come with me. Let us go to the Jamaica Observer. That's squeeze you in, people. Remember we said Andrew Holness in 2022 of 200 million, and all of a sudden in 2023, 270 million come afloat. Now, people, here our next report, sizing down the money again. 554 million seized, largest in JCF history, says Chang. Now, watch this now, people. Montego Bay St. James National Security Minister Layard Dr. Horace Chang says the more than US 3.8 million converted to 551 million and Canadian 30,000, right? Found at a house in Montego Bay following Tuesday cocaine bust in the resort city is the largest sum size during a police operation in the history of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Now, the police had reported that on Tuesday, April 26, 2022, we had just read the report with MOCA claiming 2023, don't? Now, watch this. The police have reported that Tuesday, April 26, 2022, a pre-dawn operation led by the Narcotics Division and supported by the Giant Anti-Crime Anti-Gang Task Force and the Divisional Police was carried out in the Swanky Coral Gardens community in St. James. A vehicle was intercepted and during a search, a cocaine weighing approximately 11 kilograms with a street value of $88 million was found. Subsequent to the seizure, a search was conducted at a house in Coral Gardens where the police discovered the cash. Now, this is the largest seizure of illegitimate cash in the history of the police operation, according to Dr. Chang, Assistant Commissioner of Police, 5th Chambers, head of the Era 1 Police Division, concurred. It is considered to be one of the biggest financial fines associated with drug smuggling in Jamaica, ACP Chambers said. So far, 2 people have been taken into custody in connection with the drug bust. Their identities are being withheld pending further investigation. You are going to find that these 2 persons get out of the system, gone, cannot be found, nowhere after they were in custody. Big criminality, listen. On Friday, Parish Judge Seaga Smith actually ordered that one of the arrested individuals being charged or released by 6 p.m. on Tuesday, May 3, after a habeas corpus application was made on his behalf by the attorney. The court was informed by detective that the investigations into the seizure are at a sensitive stage and that the suspect is to be questioned on May 3. The individual is being represented by attorneys Martin Thomas, Henry McCurdy, and Michael Hemmings. Meanwhile, ACP Chambers noted that in 2005, the United States, now listen now, people. Now listen now. Meanwhile, ACP Chambers noted that in 2005, the United States had requested the extradition of the owner of the house where the large stash of cash was found, but it was blocked by the court. When you hear the corruption, people, it was blocked by the court. Dr. Chang lauded the police for their excellent work, which led to the drug bust and subsequent money fine. It is a reflection of the quality of work that is being done and the improved intelligence the police have in all areas, and due to which they have been able to apprehend more and more of the criminal elements. Dr. Chang told it, the Jamaica Observer. The truth in fact, right, the intelligence came from the United States. Intelligence came from the United States. This man has been wanted by the United States. For God, he knows when. And he's living comfortably. And Jamaica politicians, members of parliament, JLP, know where he lives and know everything about him. But there are large amounts of them out there. The contract killing introduces a new element which is harder to catch, but they are catching them. They are harder to apprehend in their early stage, but we make amends. The police are making adjustment according to Layard, Dr. Chang. But now, take this away now, we get into the amount of money that really involved here. The amount of money that's involved here. So between 2022 and 2023, the amount of money that's been seized. Let us listen to this.
Up first this evening, police investigators are theorizing that the full value of Tuesday's massive seizure of US and Canadian currency notes in St. James will be higher than initially suspected. In an update to our news team, our newsroom today, Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of crime, Fitz Bailey, said the money was still being counted. He confirmed that millions of US and Canadian currency notes were seized and investigators are carrying out a careful count to arrive at a final figure. It's now believed that the cash amounts to more than $7 million US. There were initial reports elsewhere that it was in the region of $5 million US. The money was seized on Tuesday during an anti-narcotics operation at a house in Coral Gardens. the owner of the house was taken into custody. Yesterday, the police reported that the owner was the subject of a U.S. extradition request in 2005. A motor vehicle, which was intercepted in the vicinity of the property on Tuesday, was searched, and 24 pounds of cocaine with a street value of $85 million was seized. Now, the driver of that vehicle was detained.
Take it away, Oni. So let me ask a question now. I am just asking a question. As it relates to, we know that Gugu Gaga was the commissioner of police. Gugu Gaga was the commissioner of police. And we are asking that we have seen. So this is something might be new where the Integrity Commission have to look in as it relates to where Andrew Holness would have gotten this money from between 2022, 2023, as it relates to where the very same year the massive drug bust occurred. Now, the question, what happened to the money? Where is the money? Gugu Gaga would have been solely responsible for the operation and the reporting system of this cash. Question Mystic Sensation is asking, where is the money and why in 2022 and 2023 we see an increase in Andrew Holness' account of $270 million added to Andrew Holness' account. And here now we see $470 million running through Andrew Holness' account. Where between 2022, because people know where I'm going. Now, let me show you the next thing before I inject the panel. When this happened, there was a fallout in the DPP office in 2022 as a result of these cases. You know what the fallout was? Cathy and Pike was saying that there was bangarang things going on in Llewellyn office. Now let us play that to show you what Cathy and Pike was saying in the same time when this drug bust and whole for Bangalore. Listen to this, people. Llewellyn versus Cathy and Pike.
Welcome back to Primetime News.
And a special welcome once again to our viewers on onespotmedia.com.
Up first this evening, a battle is brewing between the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP Paula Llewellyn, and Senior Deputy DPP Cathy and Pike. In a letter to the government, Ms. Pike not only called for a new DPP, but appealed for an investigation into the operations of the office.
But as Kelisha Williams reports, Ms. Llewellyn fired back, describing Ms. Pike as a bully who has always been bitterly resentful and upset that she is not the boss.
It's a clash between prosecutors. First, Senior DPP Cathy and Pike sent a letter to the Prime Minister and the Justice Minister not to extend the tenure of DPP Paula Llewellyn and select a new DPP. She stressed that there is a plethora of problems plaguing her office which should be investigated. One, Ms. Pike said she and other prosecutors have concerns about the growth and validity of the office under Llewellyn's leadership. In fact, she said some prosecutors have expressed a lack of confidence in her leadership. Two, Ms. Pike indicated that under the office of the current director, the office has consistently lost some of the most gifted legal minds, and the attrition rate has never been as high as currently being experienced in the past 7 years in the history of the office. And she indicated that there are many persons seeking to leave. Three, she noted that of the 56 prosecutors employed to the office of the DPP, less than 50% have experience of 5 years and over.
Okay. Now, let me just go to the panel and let me just set the background. Panel, we know that as it relates to the investigation, the Integrity Commission investigation from 1998, leading up to 2021. The reason why I shape out that timeline, 1998 to 2021, we know what transpired in that space at time, Brother Ratty. That from 1998, we're talking about, Andrew is talking about 3 taxes and so forth, ADMAT and so forth, Cash Plus, Orlint, and SSL, where it stopped in 2021. Now, the significant thing that in 2022, Andrew Holness' total assets was 200 million Jamaican dollars. I presented the document from the Integrity Commission investigation report. But what we are tracking, that between 2022 of that 200 million and 2023, we have seen a jump of 270 million Jamaican dollar within 1 year. People, within 1 year, something drastically is wrong. This happened in the same year where you have the big drug bust. Today, as we speak, no one knows where that money is. That money was in the billions of dollars. And so then when we look, the question that we are asking, and might be the Integrity Commission investigators need to know, zoom up this and deal specifically as it relates to 2022 and 2023. How did Andrew Holness account assets, total assets, jump from 200 million in 2022 and 2023? What sort of business Andrew Holness involved in? What sort? I am only asking questions here tonight. I'm only asking questions. I am just bringing up that when we see that large jump in Andrew Holness' account, we see the large drug bust that happened as it relates to the billions of dollars. And when we look at the time period, we said, whoa, this is something that really needs to look into. When you see all the red flags that's showing that, okay, we understand what happened with Andrew Holness between 1998 coming up to 2021. 2021, he took out his money out of SSL. So all of that, we stop it at 2021. All of that being investigated from 1998 coming up to 2021. So we put a break on that. What we are talking about, right? We are talking about 2022 to 2023. Where did Andrew Holness get $270 million from between just 1 year? 1 year. 1 year. So then from 1998 to 2021, Andrew Holness' total assets, people, if you get what I'm saying, was $200 million. You see how many years it took for him to make that? From 1998, come straight up to 2022, only 200 million, right? But it's 1 year. This 1 year, what it took, the time that it took to make 270 million in 1 year, it takes so many years from 1998 to 2021 to make 200 million. And this 1 year, people, 1 year. And what happened in that year? I said, what happened in that year? Why it is significantly different as it relates to that significant jump in Andrew Holness' right account. What I look and I saw was this big drug bust. of billions of dollars that the government has taken have in its system. Where is the money? And what we have seen in terms of the investigation, we realize that from day one, when this money was discovered, they were trying to report a lower number. They have to count the money. I think it takes them 4 or 5 days to count the money. And when they finish count, we heard in the next news clip that the money was lower. But originally we had seen there where, and you have seen the amount of money displayed in the room, billions, millions of dollars, plastic wrapped with US currencies. You have seen that for yourself. I played the video. So then, melting pot. Come in the space.
Well, everything surrounding that drugs bust at the time,
yes,
as we all know, was fishy. Because, I mean, the report from day one was inaccurate in terms of the amount of cocaine and the amount of money. And when you look at, you know, people being held for these type of activity, but main perpetrator not being charged, it showed there some ties. And obviously, there was some ties. Because this individual, the main suspect, you know, was wanted by the US government. He should have been extradited to them. But he was given a safe haven in Coral Garden. Yeah. And so when these things occur, you know that it has, you know, roots within the society. Big trunk root.
Yes.
That give it the credence to stand in a society without being looked at in the circumstance where he should have been arrested and extradited to the United States. But this vast amount of money, there was several, you know, report that the money was keep dwindling. And we were wondering, then come on, that amount of money that we see in that room, it can't value that. With them a report. So we know so them play around with that money there. What if people get cut out of the money? You know, whole lot of people, and we know that. Well, we are seeing now one source, obviously, because in our little Jamaica, one man can achieve 273 million in a 1 year, 1 calendar year. You know, that is unbelievable. And that raised red flag for the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister have to talk about that $273 million there. That him just stumble upon her. I don't know where if him get some partner drawers. I don't know what happened to him in life in that period there. But that 1 year there was a windfall profit for the Prime Minister. Yeah, and him need to talk about that money there because that money there tied to this case where you are unraveled tonight, Byron. And this is what Jamaican people need to know. That our Prime Minister was linked to big drugs trafficker. This is why all the cocaine bust that we see took place in Jamaica in recent years. This Prime Minister never come out and have a press conference in regards to none of them.
Exactly.
We see we are them deflect from our international airport, give it away, but then them run an airstrip. What can go so? I think you'd have more interest in your international airport as it relates to Norman Washington Manley and Donald Sangsters. But now they didn't want anything to do with those airports. Because those airports are for passengers. They want an airport that carry powder. And we know what happened. Several drug busts, Ian Fleming. Yeah. We see the duffel bag them, how much of them? We ain't over 1,100 pounds. You understand? And them can't find anybody who would carry them 1,100 pounds worth of powder they come my place. You can imagine 1,100 pounds? A bulldozer you have to take to move that. So you must see people going back and forth with these duffel bags. But they did not see anything. I hear from the grapevine, a man say, well, when you come here for work, you just come for work, you don't come to see. All right. So we know, say, the administration was a drug transnational administration running under the banner of the Jamaica Labour Party, led by Andrew Holness, the man who can't stop accumulating millions and billions. I remember first when I, make mention of him being a billionaire in the region. Some people might, turn up them nose and them eyebrow, but I know what I was saying. So I didn't have Andrew Wallace in a category and a millionaire, Andrew surpassed being a millionaire. And Andrew want to get to the top of the ladder when it comes to wealth. So you can't be a millionaire and call yourself at the top of the ladder. You have to go over another billionaire section before you can, be mentioned as top and Harris. So Andrew house when built, he not just build it because he want to build a house. He built that house, that enormous dwelling up in Beverly Hills, to just show to the world his power, his empire, his wealth. Andrew Holness has been a corrupted member of Jamaica society that should not have ever set foot in our parliament. As I said many years ago, that man desecrated the House of Parliament, desecrated to a standard where it start to smell. Everybody go, start to catch this little syndrome of the corruption, and them move away from politics, the real politics. Just look at the GLP administration, how them conduct themselves in parliament. It shows them were powerful people, not just politicians. Well, give them that arrogancy. All of them was benefiting from windfall profit coming in from the cocaine trade. So tonight, when you reveal this, it never surprised me. It don't surprise you. It don't surprise a Rattigan. Don't surprise a man in the wilderness. It don't surprise a lot of people. But many people are still surprised because you have some people who back this guy who don't know the true Andrew Holness. They are saying that people are witch hunting Andrew Holness. Nobody need to witch hunt Andrew Holness. Just look at his salary. Yeah, and look at his wealth and make the comparison. And I yield back the floor.
All right. Lady Spinks, thank you for that melting pot, powerful punch. Lady Spinks, what say you on the matter here tonight?
Thank you, Uncle Byron. When people take shortcuts in life, it draws blood. And
Yes.
Andrew Holness has taken a shortcut to become wealthy, and he deserves a short pants for the rest of his life. Now, when you talk about him talking about he did not born with any gold spoon in his mouth, as Damien said, that doesn't mean you have to steal it. And I said on the program before, he was not born with any gold spoon in his mouth, but he's a pirate because pirates love gold.
Yes.
Now, when you think of from 1998 to 1921 to accumulate and save up and scam over those years, 21 years, 23 years, I should say, you get $200 million. And then in 1 year, you get a million, 200 million, making it 400. Andrew, since you're such a good businessman with a DLP, would you be careful enough or be kind enough to teach the rest of Jamaica how to get that money? Because the rest of us would like to know how you can become a business person in Jamaica and make $200 million in 1 year. We want to know the secret, the technique. You need to have like a YouTube channel that teaches people, young people like myself, how to make that sort of money in Jamaica, how to become a millionaire in Jamaica. Because you said on your debate last night, that being born here in Jamaica doesn't make us a Jamaican. You said it out of your mouth and the entire world heard you. Now, when you look at the numbers in this drug bust, right? You find that TVJ report said that it is 7 million US dollars, right? And the observer said it is 3.5 US dollars, million US dollars. 3.5 is actually half of 7.
Yes.
So 50% of the US of the money went missing.
Went missing.
So we need the crab, Horace Chang, and we need his cousin Anderson, and we need the pirate Andrew Holness to come and explain to us where this 50% of the money went to.
Exactly speaks.
Drugs money is blood money. Everybody knows that. Many people died along the way to make that money. Many families suffered. The users of drug users, families suffer. Whether the drug user is uptown, downtown, round town, outer town, the drug users' families suffer. Nobody wants to know that their father is a drug user, their mother is a drug user, their daughter, their son is using drugs or dependent on drugs. Yet, Andrew Holness has 2 sons. Would you want any of your children to be addicted to any chemical? Nobody wants their children to be addicted or be dependent on any chemical in life. Addiction is something very hard to get rid of. When you walk the streets of Montego Bay and you see most of the street people in Montego Bay, they are there by choice because we do have halfway homes here in Montego Bay. But they choose to live on the streets because they have a chemical dependency, and the halfway homes, one of the rules there is that you cannot have a chemical dependency. When you walk through Montego Bay, Sam Sharp Square, anytime after 9 o'clock, they have the cardboards laid out between Scotiabank, Burger King, and the Ministry of Labor office right there. That is their location. When you go to Corner Lane, which is around the corner from the parish council in Montego Bay, you see these people in broad daylight smoking the cracks and the cocaine. I live in Montego Bay. I walk the streets of Montego Bay. I have seen what happens to people here. And when you live on a lane or a street, and you see the guys who sometimes wash people's cars to get the money to buy drugs, and if you follow them, you can know where they buy the drugs in the town of Montego Bay. It is so easy. Any house that has high traffic, that is where the drug is being sold. It's common sense. So if our Minister of Security had any interest in finding where these drug houses are, they would find it. It is so easy. Just follow any of these street people who take drugs, where they go every day to collect their supply. And where do the people who supply the drugs live? Coral Gardens, Iron Shore, Beverly Hills, Cherry Gardens. Those are the locations. And I have dealt with friends who work as psychiatrists to some of these people in these treatment centers. And trust me, it's not a pretty road. I have seen families, middle class, upper class families, taking their children into these treatment centers. Time and time again. There's a young lady who lives between Norwood and Morgan Road. Beautiful black girl. Beautiful black girl. Black skin. She could be a model on any stage in Paris or New York or in Italy. Beautiful black girl. And when you see that she's dependent on these chemicals, her family tried so many times to get her off the street. It, I cry when I see this beautiful black woman at the Iron Shore stoplight begging for money, and the men who take advantage of them because they have a chemical dependency. Tears, tears, many families, tears. Andrew Holness, you're responsible for this nation. And we're happy that your tenure will be up by Wednesday next week. Because we no longer want a leader who will take this kind of corrupt money from anywhere. And I yield the floor to you, Uncle Byron. I'm upset.
All right. We are going to have, of course, the professionals here with us, Ratty. But Ratty, you and I, we are going to reason this thing out, Ratty. Ratty, the interesting thing that we want to point out, that you and I know as it relates to, how evidence have to be protected. Now, TVJ reported 7 million US dollars found. And that was like on day 2. Now, another 2 days, the police came out and said it is 3 million pounds. And that's what Spring said, partially half of what was originally reported been missing. Now, how does that work, Brother Ratty, in terms of, okay, when we have a crime scene, one of the first things that we will do, Ratty, is cordon off that crime scene to protect all the evidence therein. Isn't that so, Ratty?
Yes. I cannot see you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I cannot see something wrong with my screen, but that's fine. No. You should have a dedicated evidence recovery team, and their job is just to go and protect the crime scene. Then you'll have your investigators. They'll come along to identify possible witnesses to assist with investigation, the subsequent investigation as to what took place, who, when, why, what, where, how. One of the interesting things is this. When you have a corrupt police organization, then the public cannot invest any trust in them. And so that's why you'll hear these reports, and we've heard them time and time again, that they found $10, and then 2 days later, it's $3 they found. And he said, how could the initial report be so significantly different from the later reports? And we're not stupid. We know what's going on. We know what's going on. And that's because you don't have a police force that you can trust. They don't have mechanisms in place to ensure that evidence is protected, evidence is secured. One of the things that I would like to see happen, I don't know if it's happened, I have to go back and check, is to see an audit of the evidence room. Because as I sit here, I submit to you that it's not 100%. You're going to go there, and when you start collating investigations and seizures and forfeitures, and then you start looking for those things in the evidence room, I don't believe you're going to have a perfect match. I think evidence will be missing. And so I've been asking for quite some time about, quite some time now about the find at the Ian Fleming Airport. Where is that cocaine? The other seizures as well. Where are our finds, as they call them? Where are they? And I don't believe they have good procedures for the intake of evidence. I don't believe that they have I don't believe they have that. So what you have done is exactly what should be done in an investigation of this type, and that is follow the money. You cannot go wrong when you follow the money. And so I want to commend you on making that link between a seizure and the increase of the Prime Minister's assets. It's a possible link. And like you said, you're asking questions. You're asking, hey, what happened? How did it jump to over 200 million? How did he take him from 1998 to 2001, whenever that long period, to amass 200 million? And then in 1 year, he made as much money as he made for decades. Something is wrong. And we just want the Integrity Commission and the FID to continue doing what they're doing into looking into this man. Now, one of the things that we should even pay attention to is this. The Prime Minister bought a boat, and it wasn't a rowboat. It was a sport fishing boat, one of those boats that you can travel the entire Caribbean. You can travel the high seas all the way to the US.
Luxurious.
Yes, and I've been told, I can't confirm it, but I've been told that the boat was just not for fishing. It wasn't for fishing. So, and we're looking into that story. We're not making any claims that the Prime Minister was involved in drug dealing, or he was associated with drug dealers, or his boat was being used for drug transportation. All we're saying is that information has come to us indicating that the boat was not only used for fishing, it was used for other purposes. Other purposes in quotation marks, we don't know yet. But in the fullness of time, we will. So that's my contribution to this segment of the program. And to summarize, follow the money, and you have to have strong evidence protocols to make sure that you don't have this kind of thing where, you know, you hear 7 million one day and then the next day you hear 3 million, and then you start saying, wait a minute, how could the count be off by that much? And immediately you start to suspect that money was money went elsewhere. It did not go into the evidence room. And the last thing is that I would love to see an audit of the evidence room. I would really love to see an audit, because I know we're going to have some fantastic stories, some fantastic finds coming out of that story. So I yield.
Yeah. To ask Ratty, right? Like, you know, for those first responders to the crime scene, and, you know, the evidence, you know, will take note, right? Those first responders will take note of everything. For them to be reporting, you know, as it relates to one denominator to the news media, right? Wouldn't it be professionally done as it relates to the persons who are counting the money, would count, and other persons, they are verifying the count of the money?
Yeah. You just can't have one person counting. You have to have not even two. You have to have several people, because what you do is you count and then you double count. And then you have witnesses to it. Because here's what happened. Here's what should happen. Somebody's going to have to sign for that. Maybe 2 people or 3 people. They have to check, double check. And in with that amount of money in Jamaica, there should be somebody there triple checking it. And then what happens is that with the evidence sheet, you have 3 people signing, says, yes, this is the amount of money that we found. So it can't be one count, it can't be one person.
Exactly. And what you're gonna have there also, Ratty, that the currencies are going to be separated and listed respectively. So if you have Jamaican, you're gonna have Jamaican, whether it is in whatever denominator, 10, 15, 20, or whatever. Right? If you have US listed in the various denominator, 10, 20, you know, in terms of what I'm saying. And so then in terms of that sort of checking and verification and so forth, right? Although it seems like I am just repeating myself here. But then I'm saying, how could that happen, right? Where you have, you know, the first report, and then is it to say that everyone who making the checks and balance, making that mistake, right? How could that ever happen in terms of the, you know, the money being checked off, right? And possibly, you understand, secure to store at a particular place, because you're talking about millions of dollars. Under no circumstances they are going to trust any one person with millions of dollars, you understand, to secure this. So it's going to be a team.
Yeah, a part of it too is the culture of the organization. And I'll give you an example. Like in the FBI, what they do is they invest a lot of money to recruit, train, and deploy you. And what they see this as an investment, and they see your work product as an advancement of the organization. And anything you do that besmirch the reputation of that organization, they'll be held to pay. They'll make an example out of you. So if let's say that, you know, you're caught dealing drugs, and if the average penalty is like 2 years, but you can get up to 10, they're gonna argue in court for you to get like the maximum, because they want to protect their brand. We don't find that in Jamaica with the JCF. And the reason why they do that is because they pay you handsomely. So that, and they spend a lot of time recruiting you. They spend a lot of time recruiting you because they say, we just don't want any bad apples. Do they have bad apples? Yes, they do. But I would submit to you that it's at a minimum, because they want to make sure that the money they're spending on you is well spent, and that they've recruited the right people, and you don't yield to temptation, particularly when it comes to breaking the law. You don't. And when you do, and it has happened, they make an example out of you. In Jamaica, they're not paying the policemen enough money. They're not paying them. So whenever a man can you know, earn or steal, they're going to. Sometimes I think it's not because they want to, but it's just how things are. They have to feed their families. They have to do certain things, and if they get a chance, they're gonna make use of it. So they need to tighten up that ship, and all that money they claim that they're spending, and they're on technology, and they're doing this and doing. The greatest spend you can do is on human capital. Because you could have the best technology in the world. If you have terrible people in your organization, it's not going to amount to much. You can have the best people in the world and not have much technology and make a sizable dent in crime. So you have to start with your people. And if you ignore them, you do so at your peril. And that's why we're seeing in Jamaica, how many times have we heard about corrupt policemen? But it's not just at, I would submit to you that it's not just on one level. This goes all the way up. And it has been going on for quite some time. They don't spend enough time. They don't spend enough time on money recruiting and training the right people. And so this is what will happen. You're gonna have, you know, drug seizures and money seizures and weapon seizures, where the initial count doesn't add up to the later count. And then you know, like now we're talking about it, like, how come this happened? But I think we know why this happened. We know why this happened. And ask Ask yourself this question. Initial report, 7 million. Subsequent report, 3 million. Did anybody do an investigation to find out how come it started out at 7 and ended up at 3? Did anybody? And $4 million? It's a lot of money to corrupt somebody within Jamaica. It's a lot. It's a lot anywhere. But particularly Jamaica, where policemen are not paid enough to put their lives on the line. And then some of them, they just don't have the public's interest at heart. They come in and they see it as an opportunity, as a feeding tree. We're going to make some money because we have the gun and the badge. So that's where we are. We need to change this. We need to change the system. And all they're telling you about technology and this and that. Put in the technology and you still have bad people, you're going to get terrible results.
Yeah, for this fine ratty, the Commissioner of Police, right, would have to have some solid evidence as it relates to the evidence itself at the time. Now, this is where I'm going, Ratty. From once the Commissioner of Police would have said, okay, all right, there was 10 carats found, right? If anything missing in terms of the Commissioner of Police, of his men or himself verifying the amount, if anything missing, the commissioner would have known what missing. Not only that, the Minister of National Security would have also aware in terms of the amount communicated, throughout the ranks, right, as it relates to what communicated from the findings to the Commissioner of Police, because it's a big case. Remember that this case involves someone who needs to be extradited.
You know what? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because my system is acting up. But you said something that in the report that the owner of the house,
yes,
there was an extradition order, but it was blocked by the court.
Yes.
Do we know who owned the house at that time?
No, because no name was mentioned.
Well, somebody owned it, and it would be nice. It'd be nice to know who the extradition order, whose name was on that extradition order. Maybe that's something we should look into.
All right, certainly. Now, Jamaica. All right, thank you, Ratty, for that. Let us go into different turns and currents here. And I want to play a clip in someone calling out Nigel Clark prior to Nigel Clark leave. And this person was saying to Nigel Clark that Nigel Clark has to be careful because he knows what the hanky-panky that Nigel Clark involved with. And it seems like when this person was talking to Nigel Clark seems to, be humbled by this person. I want to play this clip for you to listen to this clip and show the level of corruption as it relates to what is happening. Then again, we're going back now to a Zara Burton report where millions of dollars was put into Nigel Clark Foundation. We just can't make up this. Listen to this. Listen to this clip in terms of how this person is dealing with Nigel Clark. This person is what? Dr. Jermaine Gardner, I think. Listen to this clip.
And told him to get there off the phone. So after that took place, this is what transpired.
Dr. Clark, why are you calling up my phone? You have crossed the line, Dr. Clark, and you think I'm stupid. Okay, I will put it out to the public and make the public be a judge. I'm here speaking. I put out an article and you call me, tell me that the article is liable. And I'm explaining to you where it's factual and so on and so forth. We're going. Now you gone and you clicking and you doing your investigation, you summarize. You're asking, oh, are you the doctor? You're a pastor? You're at Universal Life Church? Can you go on video call and call? Who you think you're talking to, Dr. Nigel Clark? These things, you are a corrupted man. I know, as I said, I'm Jamaican. The ghetto, I'm born and grow. I elevate myself and move out of the country. And I'm going to put this out for the public to know. Everything that you've been talking about has been recorded. Let me just let you know that. And it will be out. You're rude and it just proves how nasty and corrupt. Why the hell you need to see me on a video call? Why the hell is it important to know if I have a church? So you can send out your goal. I know who you is. I know who Dr. Horace Chang is. I know who Andrew Holness is. Ask Patrick Bailey, who is Dr. Jermaine Gordon. I'm a very close friend of Patrick Bailey. And I will put in out the article, this recording. So don't think I'm scared. So send your goons. You're rude.
Sure.
Have yourself a good night, sir.
No, sure. Sir?
I'm here.
Sir? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello?
Okay, Milton, but you want to come in here?
Yes, I certainly want to, because I mean, this just goes to show how corrupted, the entire Jamaica Labour Party was. Because I mean, this recording shows that Nigel Clark was tied to corruption to the extent where this Dr. Jermaine, have substantial evidence that can implicate Nigel Clark, and Nigel Clark was adamant as to knowing, the person, identity, and all these things. So we are looking at a government that we all know pride itself on corruption. But even going back to the finding of the money, I was wondering why didn't they get some of those, counter machine that the bank use to count the cash rather than just doing it by manual, because that would have speed up the process and would have, got that amount of money out of the way and into a safe, custodial place where it would be held, and whatever they want to do with it from there, but it would be within the confine of the government, more so the Minister of National Security, because it's drug enforcement money. So, the relevant authority would have to come and preside over that finding. So that just goes to show you that most of those policemen were offered a bribe on the spot. That's why the money keep diminishing. And that's why the hierarchies and the power that being who are responsible for that drug bust was able to manipulate the sum of the money and disperse it into various pockets. So, them need to come and tell us something more. We need to get to the bottom of this money and this drug finding, because there are too much high-profile cases in Jamaica that just die in the water. You never hear nothing more about it. Nobody gets charged. You don't hear nothing leading up to the investigation and the conclusion of the investigation. It's just a scratch at the surface the public get, and people just relax with the loot from the wealth. So as Rattigan said, we have to make an example out of people when we have them and corner them in these type of situation, no matter who it is. If the maximum time is 20 years, don't cut no corner. Give them 20 or 25. For me, that's how I would apply the law. Because when you have representative of your country, that take the country for granted and the people trust as nothing. It's a big problem in society. Nobody vote for these men to empower themselves through cocaine trade. And I listen to Pink Stew, you know, and I tell you, I felt the emotion that her voice was, you know, giving off. Because she make mention of this beautiful black girl. And because of these men who pursue wealth through various means such as cocaine trade, her life was destroyed. Her family emotion was taken from them in terms of they can't even bear to see her like that. No one would. But these men don't care. Because these men, for them to get wealth in their pocket, you have to have people acquiring their product. And so they don't care with damage. They don't care with kill as long as they are wealthy. No, that shouldn't be. That should never be. Because I sure know they don't give it to their kids. They don't allow their wife to take it. Them have themselves not taking it, some of them. You understand? And if them do, them can, you know, look after themselves with them wealth. But when you have vulnerable people who cannot sort themselves out when them get hooked on these things, we've seen what it done to superstar like Whitney Houston. We see what it done to Marvin Gaye. We know what it done to Michael Jackson. We know what it done to a lot of wealthy people. And so for you to introduce this to vulnerable people in poverty society, no, it's just an indictment, man. It's just an indictment on this government. And so I go back to the point that I made earlier on. We have never heard anything from the hierarchies, the powers that be. Nothing from the Prime Minister, nothing from the Minister of National Security, nothing from the Commissioner of Police. Whenever we find these big drugs bust in Jamaica, we've seen how many airstrip they created illegally in Canefield. And we are in one case where the security them several hours to get to a location that was not far away. Yeah, and they're trying to make, you know, excuse about access to the area. Well, we had so many helicopters that the Prime Minister went and bought from Australia. One of them could have been deployed, or two of them. But every time situation like these arise, the people who should be arrested, them fled the scene. But they can't be foreigners because if them aircraft burnt up in our cave field and them fled the scene, then how them leave the country? What means of transportation was provided for them to leave our country? In the case of when Dr. Tufton, throughout the lockdown period, used a rope and tie up a man in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that man wasn't handed over to our law enforcement in Jamaica, you know. I will never hear anything else coming out of that, you know, circumstance of Tufton operating like a policeman, not being scared of his life. Well, we know by, you know, critical thinking skill that that is a friendly association. Because if I don't know you, I'm not allow you to come close to me to tie me as a one man. Me and you one-on-one, and me allow you to tie me up. Come on, people, get real. Tufton and the whole of them, Andrew Holness, the whole of them secretly run Jamaica as a drugs hub. Because what they do with Jamaica, you know, is use Jamaica now to facilitate places like Colombia, Guatemala, and Mexico. Because they were in their head thinking that, oh, Jamaica is a very discreet place to do this type of activities. So we'll move the attention of these three major countries that I just outlined. And a lot of them were making money by using Jamaica now as a transshipment hub in the Caribbean for drugs, as it relates to cocaine. Andrew Holness Gogo Gaga, Dr. Crab, the whole of them involved, Bailey involved too. I may have to say that because Bailey at one point in time, with a big drug bust up in Avondale, after so many weeks of silence, came out and said, oh, we are close to making arrests. That never took place until Bailey left the place and then Turks and Caicos. So all of them mix up. Strike 5 mix up in it. That's why yesterday was, upheaval in the DPP office as it related to Cathy and Pike making assumption that, the office is in disrepute. Because if you have 56 people, being employed to a sensitive office like the DPP, but there is 50% or less who don't have the qualification, that office cannot run as how it should. That office is run by a dictator because what they do, they staff the place with unqualified people, unqualified personnel. So who is at the top, just use them as trash because you don't have the expertise idea of how to, put me in line even though I'm senior. But Cathy and Pride did. And so she called a spade because she realized what was going on. She knew about high profile case that should have been in the office, being looked at for people to be charged and sent to prison. Cathy and Pike was not seeing any of these cases on the table. I was questioning. She was questioning the validity of the DPP office. So we know it's just corruption after corruption after corruption. And so when you look in the IC report, where it stated that over 34 public officials are on their books for illicit enrichment, then it tells you that this thing is far widespread in Jamaica. And I yield back the floor.
All right. I want to show Rattigan asked something earlier as it relates
hang on there. Excuse me. I have a question for Rattigan.
Yeah, go ahead. Put Spinks up.
Okay. We talk about the boat that Andrew Holness owned, right? And he could travel anywhere in the Caribbean, even to America. US Coast Guards, right? Are they allowed to search boats that have diplomatic immunity, or would diplomatic immunity cover the Prime Minister's boat?
I don't think so.
It wouldn't, because he purchased the boat with two private individuals. So it's not a government.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a government-owned asset.
Okay.
So,
all right.
so therefore, if he owned the boat by himself, he could ask for diplomatic immunity to cover the boat.
You know what? It wouldn't, because if they have reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime or the boat is used as an instrument of a crime, they could board it and search it. And I mean, technically, if the boat was owned by the Jamaican government and it's in international waters, and they suspect that it's involved in criminal activity, they could still search it. So
okay,
the only time I think they can get away with something like that is the diplomatic pouches. But again, diplomatic pouches are not normally searched. But if they have reason to believe that you're using it, let's say, for example, to transport drugs, they can actually search it. They can actually search. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Spinks. Ratty, you asked earlier who was the name of the person who owned the house.
Yeah.
We are going to bring up that information for you. And we're going to show you some things with him during that space of time as well. As it relates to the 2022 drug bust. So here is it, Ratty. Person of interest naming $600 million Montego Bay narco bust. And this is May 4th, 2022. Right? So this is significant as to link, you know, asking the questions as it relates to Andrew Holness statutory declaration that ended in 2022 as $200 million. But after the find of this drug boss, we have seen in 2023 that Andrew Holness' account escalated to $473 million, right? With a large sum within the 1 year, 2022 to 2023, as $270 million. That is a big red flag coming after this drug boss. Now, there it is, May 422, and this is the gentleman. The person of interest, the St. James Police are urging Presley Bingham, otherwise called Presser, to immediately report to the Narcotics Division at 230 Spanish Town Road, Kingston 11, to facilitate the investigation. Now, on the first search of the property, right, in terms of my understanding, they had found him, right? He was one of the 7. And then it breaks down to 2, where he was released and another person. And this is now what they are saying now, that the St. James Police have named Presley Bingham, right? Otherwise called Presser, as a person of interest in the 600 million cash and drug seizure in the parish last week. So you see how many times the money now have been changing figures. One of the time it was, you know, 7 million US, then 3 million US, then 540 million, then now 600 million. This is just, you understand, this is just crazy. Bingham is a Torado Drive address in the parish. He's been urged to immediately report to the Narcotics Division at 230 Spanish Town Road, Kingston 11, to facilitate the investigation. Remember, in the first instance when the police went to the home, right, there were 7 persons caught, which, right, it was reported on one of the papers that he was amongst the 7 that caught. And so now they released 2 of them, and now then they are sending out report for him to report. This doesn't make sense. The police released the name in a statement this evening. The Jamaica Constabulary Force also confirmed earlier Gleaner reports that Ora Johnson, the businessman who led cops to the massive drugs and cash seizure, was charged with the possession of dealing in, taking steps to export and trafficking cocaine. He was detained on April 26 on reasonable suspicion for breaches of the Dangerous Drug Act after 24 pounds of cocaine with a street value of 82.5 million was allegedly found in a car he was driving in the Coral Garden area. Johnson's from Gardens District in Westmoreland. The charges were laid after he was interviewed by detectives in the presence of his attorney. The cocaine seizure led cops to a house reportedly owned and occupied by Bingham in the Coral Gardens arena, where 3.8 million and Canadian 30,000 US are a total of 592 million and additional cocaine were seized. Bingham was arrested by local narcotics police in July 2009. When you hear this now, Ratty, he was arrested in 2009, but an effort to have him extradited to the United States failed a year later. When you hear that, and this is under the Bruce Golding government, you know.
Yeah.
This is under the Bruce Golding-led government, and that is one of the reasons why the corruption index, you understand, of Bruce Golding government as the lowest, and the corruption index 4 to 30. Right? Because when I tie this in now, this was in Bruce Golding time. And if it was in Bruce Golding time, Andrew Holness was in the cabinet. You see what is happening here, Melting Pot, Spinks, and Ratty?
Yeah.
A female bartender was also arrested after she was allegedly held with a quantity of ganja during a secondary operation in St. Elizabeth. It's not clear whether Bingham is among the list of 17 persons of interest in the St. James Police published on Tuesday. Deputy Superintendent of Police in charge of crime in St. James, Clive Wright, provided the details of some of the persons during an interview with the Gleaner. Right? Topping the list are David Brown from Catching Hall, Montego Bay, who is wanted in connection with the weekend killing of his common law wife. Right? We don't have to go into that. All right.
So the owner of the house was Preston Bingham.
So Ratty, the owner for the house, Ratty, was Preston Bingham. Take that away. And of course, the United States, right, have an extradition out for him. But this man is not hiding in Jamaica. Right? He's just living. I don't. What is going on, Ratty? Right here. What is going on? It is crazy to know that. Okay, all right. This man's plate has been caught with so many drugs. But before the 2022 incident, the United States has been tracking this man from way back in 2009. That they have an extradition for him. And then, upon the first investigation, he was caught. He was amongst 7 persons who caught. And then they let him go, right? And only have 5 persons in custody. Now, Ratty, what is going on?
Just goes to show crime pays, man. And that's why it dropped to 30 during that era, because all of this corruption. And believe me, it's going to drop next year because of this era. It's going to drop. It's going to drop. You know, believe it's going to go below 40. It must go below 40.
No, it is not going to drop again, because remember, September 3 we are going to drop it.
Yeah, but what happened is that, remember, it come out like early January and for the whole year. So it's not going to drop because everything will happen from January to September.
Okay, I got what you say. What you say.
Yeah, because we have some crooked people here around the country, and some people are sue the same anti-corruption agency where them start up, and all of these things go into the mix to determine where we fall on the corruption index. And I'd be surprised if we don't drop to like around 35. You know, I'd be shocked if we don't drop to 35 or somewhere around there. But it I don't think it's going to remain at 40. It's going to increase.
This is just crazy on the level of corruption, right? You know, I put up these 3 documents and discuss them. Now, we have something serious to mention, Ratty, because you know what? Okay, all right. Now, Ratty, the Electoral Commission, right? Let me just read something from Zara Burton, because we have now seen Kenneth Benjamin, right, burial truck at one of the MP candidate office, right? And we know that seems to be by vote. But this is why it's serious in terms of these persons who are funding the political parties. Now, let us put up 18 degrees now. Why isn't the Electoral Commission, right? Look at these people. And here it is. This is the reason. This is the very same reason why Zara Burton is speaking about this. Because we look on a clip where we have seen the beryllium thing, and that was on when we are on Wayne Lonesome, when we are on the Titans, right? We see the beryllium van park up at the MP candidate office, right? Seems to be now buying votes, and this is what Zara Burton is saying. As of March 7, political parties and candidates would have been able to start accepting campaign donations for Jamaica next general election due September 2025. According to the Representation of the People's Amendment Act 2016, not only are all candidates required to report contributions and expenditures of their campaigns, but contributors who donate $250,000 or $1,728 US or more are those who get government contracts at or above 500,000, right? Or US $3,456 must also make a declaration. However, the published guidance from the Electoral Commission of Jamaica on March 4 merely stated that contributors are required to declare contributions to a political party or candidate without extending this requirement to the foundations of candidate or political parties. Let us take this away. And I want to show something as it relates. Let us take that away. And I want to show something with the corruption as it relates to Kenneth Benjamin. Let us put up Kenneth Benjamin document. Kenneth Benjamin, right, who's seeking, I would say, a luxurious contract from the Jamaica Labour Party government. And there it is that Kenneth Benjamin now is participating, right, as it relates to the buying of votes. So let me just show the Jamaican people what is happening there. And so then there is no surprise when we have the beryllium, right, vehicle, Benjamin vehicle, showing up at a Jamaica Labour Party candidate office, right, as it relates to vote buying. Here it is, you know. Kenny Benjamin, right? Kenny Benjamin, farm security company, guardsman 45 years ago, and it has gone on to become a leader in its field at an event held at the AC Marriott Hotel in St. Andrew. The company unveiled Guardsman Metaverse, its latest technological offerings. During his presentation, Benjamin called for a closer collaboration between the public and the private sector in fighting what seems to be the insurmountable surge in criminal activity in Jamaica. Below is the founder and the executive chairman of Guardsman Group full address. Guardsman always been and always will be a company that thinks outside of the box. You understand? And this is a canary, you know, that he's giving the Jamaican government. Him and the Jamaican government collided in terms of getting contracts, colluded in terms of getting contracts, right? And robbing taxpayers' money. We have also listened carefully to what our clients required, and we have found a way to deliver. This is the canary now. It is you, our clients, who have not only kept us focused on providing world-class service, but have driven us to remain focused on the future, to explore the new avenues and to evolve as according to him. Right?
How much is that contract?
Well, I'm going to get in it right now. Jamaica Observer, Guardsman Target. You want to see the contract amount now, Ratty?
Yeah.
Right? So when we talk about these things, and then we say Kenneth Benjamin, Beryllium Van Troop. Now, here it is, Ratty. Guardsman targets US 250 M cyber security market, right? May 16, 2025. For a single man and his dog, to input it, for a single man and his dog, you know what it, you know what it remind me? From a single man who owns who operate 3 taxi. Because that's what it's read to me, you know. From a single man and his dog, or from a single man who owns 3 taxi, right? So from a single man and his dog, the Guardsman Group has built a regional security empire. Now it's added cyber intelligence to its portfolio, responding to rising demand in a market estimated to be worth at least US 250 million or 40 billion, you know, locally, you know. You hear that, brother, right? And Wednesday, the company officially launched its Cyber Intelligence Security Operations Center in Kingston. Ratty, this is a lie, you know. You know that it's a lie, no, Ratty. You know that it's a lie, but me I go talk about this. What is now, Ratty? A 24/7 facility offering digital threat detection, penetration testing, and dark web monitoring to business and public agencies across the Caribbean. You know, hear this now. The security giant has repurposed. Boy, I think things are not something different. Repurposed a building its own at 1416 Balmore Avenue in St. Andrew to serve as the hub for its new line of business. We have invested in $2 million US, 320 million Jamaican dollars. No go say no. No go say no. Today, Managing Director David Whittaker told the Jamaica Observer, and we are building the infrastructure to scale further in the coming months. SOC is already operational with a team of analysts working in 3 rotating shifts around the clock. Kenneth Benjamin, executive chairman and founder of the company, said the center currently has 12 employees per shift as client demand grows. The move into cybersecurity reflects the group's broader shift towards technology-based security services, long known for its guard services, armor transport, and alarm monitoring. The Guardsman Group has been steadily modernizing operations to the RLM liability people. Its digital arm now offers a range of services, including penetration testing of networks, application and mobile devices. Penetration testing or pen testing is a simulated cyber attack performed on a computer system to identify security vulnerabilities. It's essential and authorized attempt to exploit weakness in a system, allowing organizations to see how a real attacker might try to break in. Other services offered by the new company span compliance training, anti-phishing simulations, and threat intelligence scanning on the dark web. Further, the company is also offering real-time threat monitoring as a service run entirely from Jamaica, a service it's both no other local provider currently delivers. Historically, companies were either outsourcing cybersecurity overseas or they tried building out division internally. Chief Technology Officer of Guardsman Cyber Intelligence Omar Edwards told the Business Week during the roundtable interview with the executive. Both models had some drawbacks, including the high cost that came with outsourcing and limited responses. Right? We saw a clear opportunity. Right? All of these things are lied just to get what? Billions of dollars, right? From them friend and political kickback.
Don't move it yet. Don't move it. Go back down. Let me show you. Go back. All right, stop.
Yes.
See where it says, look, the sentence that says Edwards said.
Yes. Edwards said, yes. Edwards said its capabilities align with what's referred to global as a level 4 SOC. What is a level 4 SOC? A designation just below the highest classification used by governments and intelligence agencies. Already the center has begun exporting, servicing, securing contracts with 2 Caribbean governments for penetration testing and advisory work, right? Still, Guardsman is focusing primarily on local growth for now, targeting companies that are legally required to protect customer data under the Jamaica Data Protection Act. You understand? Government contract, you looking at. Every business that holds client information, particularly financial institutions, health providers, and manufacturers has exposure. Deputy Executive Chairman and son of Kenneth Benjamin, Nicholas Benjamin, said. Right? But the bottom line, people, take this away.
Before just go back to the top for me. Just go back to the top and tell me how much was that contract again for?
All right, let me go for the top. All right. 40 billion in locally.
No. That's the market. Go to the headline, please. Go to the headline. Keep going. All right. See it?
That's one target, 250
million cybersecurity. Or some target that. So
yes.
All right. Do me a favor. I just send you something from your WhatsApp. Take a look at that.
Hold on. Let me just share.
Yeah, we are going to share it.
Because that is a contract that just started last month.
From the government?
Yes. The same people who paid $200,000 for the drill. Them just signed a contract here with Guardsman and Shalk.
No, this is a corruption, Ratty. This is corruption. See here? This is Seaga with the same drill. Seaga award 3.29 billion in security contract to boost safety across region facilities. So what on the Ratty? What on the Ratty? The question what me ask right now, just based on the topic there. What on it? The hospital them need much medical equipment and all them things that for the 3.29 billion. Why we giving Kenneth Benjamin $3.29 billion worth in what on it? Take this document away from him. That's why beryllium truck park up outside. Right? Look, just take that away. 3.29 billion. Then hold on now. Ratty, may I ask you a question, Ratty? We have some serious situations as it relates to the dilapidation of our hospital. Why the government did not use that $3.29 billion in our health sector? Then take that money and give Kenneth Benjamin. Explain to us why. Let me put you up in the thing. Explain to us why, Ratty. I don't know how to explain that because me have to answer question. Our health sector needed that. Why take that and give to security?
You know, they say they're gonna secure the facilities and they're gonna provide security for the doctors and the nurses and the healthcare workers, and nothing is in the hospitals. No, you know, this is similar to the rural school bus program where they're spending the 1.4 billion to transport children to schools where the schools are virtually non-existent. They don't have teachers, they don't have supplies, they don't have a building, they don't have anything. So you're taking them to a place and then just basically just give them a ride out. It's just a ride out. You take them and then you just ride them back home. Just like this, 3+ billion to provide security for medical facilities. CM Sarah that paid 200,000 for the drill. CM Sarah. You saw taxpayers' money. You saw them spend taxpayers' money though. You see them spend taxpayers' money. You see, and you also see what their priorities are. See what their priorities are.
Exactly.
Because you can't tell me that you need I don't believe that you need 3 billion to give to and actually, by the way, it's 3 companies. It's Guardsman, Marksman, both of them owned by Kenny Benjamin, by the way.
Yes.
And the last one I think is Shalk, and I'm being told that Shalk is owned by a relative of the Prime Minister's wife.
But my goodness. No, sir. I want them Jamaica people really hear them something here. What a fool. My question is, why Andrew Holness, right, taking up $3.29 billion, giving it to Kenneth Benjamin, and while our healthcare system is in a dilapidated state?
But what you must look on, it's not across all health authorities. It's just the Southeast. What is it?
Southeast Health Regional. Yeah.
So that's just one authority. It's not across
Correct.
all authorities.
Yes.
So for 3.29 billion for one health authority, that is a lot of money. And then I remember when I was in the health sector, working in the health sector in Jamaica, each hospital had a security department where you had a head of security who is responsible for the security within the hospital. They would employ a few securities to work within the hospitals. And I'm sure that would have maintaining that system would have been cheaper than this.
Mm-hmm. And if you notice, go ahead, Melting Pot, sorry.
What we have to look at, is the inception of the launching of Kenny Benjamin to Jamaica and the world. Look how many government officials were there. Dr. Crab were there. Pumvaz were there, and many more. And this show you conflict of interest. No government should be participating with any businessmen. You're not supposed to be seen in their presence, especially at your launch of the business. So that does show you that the JLP is tied with this Indian-born Kenny Benjamin. He was born in India. He's been to Jamaica now since 1985. 40 years in Jamaica, you understand? And he now comes and take the lion's share of Jamaica security industry. So this just show you what is going on he cannot be awarded a $3.29 billion for just one region. But we look at Sierra has been playing this type of game. Look at Dwayne Smith, son of former Minister of National Security, Derek Smith. He got a $2.5 billion to provide food for the hospital. What we saw? Crackers.
And cheese.
Crackers and cheese. Nothing else. And tough dumpling. Sierra is an organization that need full investigation when Marky G take the reign. We will bring all these corrupted element source that we have in our society to justice. And I pass back the mic.
All right. Let me just, before I bring in Lady Spinks, let me just have Sister Pat speak to us. Sister Pat, go ahead. You're on the line.
Good night, everybody. Lord, me I look so help.
Yes, go ahead.
No, me understand, say, me are not Jamaican, me know me awa. So, when I think I love your body, but me now come America, me high sketch me. Now that the Prime Minister say, me age paper can't show say me a Jamaican, so he going to start the poetry. So me a beg melting pot. Like how we connect to England. See what you can do for me and Mayo. Me a big. Because me age paper, so anything you can do. I really want to come to America, Mr. Ratty. But me no want to come and high sketch me. And then he said me a El Salvador. Me don't know how Canada turn. But me feel like I'm going to go over with melting pot. Melting pot, we try something for me. So melting pot, look out. See where
all right.
Jamaican, me know me awa. So Mr. Ratty, like oh yeah, immigration lawyer, do something for me. Me don't know if we are Jamaican, me don't know where I want. Because we have paper can't prove that we are Jamaican. I've been a Jamaican, I've been a birth certificate. That's certain say me a Jamaican. So me I beg you no help. Help for her.
All right.
Well, we need help too, because
allege. I don't say if you use the word allege that our commissioner of police, Ron James, they did not get to vote.
What?
And me ears, yes, alleged. It's alleged, right? He did not get to vote. And a soldier, a policeman, went to vote. Then they say a man to go be. And when he got a man to go be, they say a Kingston, and he might get to vote. So me don't know how much, if I am alone, or how much of them, but me understand it's alleged that Corporal Ron James, our commissioner, did not get to vote.
All right, since you are...
Hey, go ahead.
No, talk.
And it's alleged that 53% of the police, soldier, and one-day worker vote. So that means they swing the vote away. They vote for them overtime pay. It's alleged. I hear me here, so they only say if you use the word allege. No. Mr. Rattigan, I don't know if you did look up something, or maybe you look up with Orange Chang and the condom and the Ashile and the little something and wait there. You know, she say these people are really some wicked. Why PMP put up bomb threat when PMP in the seat and I get the vote? Why PMP would have interrupt voting? You know, she say Dr. Crop a criminal, and I am calling on the Interpol, FBI, DEA, Scotland Yard, and the one from California Mountain, whatever, me don't know everything. Me I beg you know. The ambassadors, them were out there, know, listen, you know, I see FBI representative on the ground. We need you for help. We are beg you know, for help we rescue we from the criminal them. When they come and we sound the alarm, don't hesitate. We want to know line out of every seaport. We want to know monitor the sky for everything we are lift up. And every submarine we are going down ground. We are beg you know. I mean, most people, me I beg you, me know say people are going to try to run away, fly away, dive away. Alright? So, we know the two one can do. And I heal back. So, Ratigan, look for this up when me tell you about when man talking at the political meeting. Say, a man holding constant pick up, swallow a child in a condom. Because man used to swallow a little a child in a condom and go to Miami and make a money. May I beg you?
All right.
So, I heal back.
No call you and talk to you.
See what you can do before they deport me. To come to England. See what you can do.
All right, Sister Pat. I'll look into your case.
All right, Sister Pat. Melton Pat will be looking into your case. Let us put up lady things.
Oh my God. Sister Pat is very hilarious. You know. Thank you, Uncle Baron. Sister Pat is very hilarious, but it's true, you know.
Spinks, let me just confirm in terms of what Sister Pat said in terms of Ron James did not get to vote. Well, what Sister Pat said, right? We confirm that that is true, right? However, right, he will be voting on Wednesday, right?
Thank you.
The true information. He didn't get to participate voting today. However, he will be voting on Wednesday. All right, That is it. Now go ahead, Sister, please.
All right, thank you, Uncle Byron. First of all, I would like to let people be aware of sometimes we have to connect the lines and connect the dots. It was yesterday on Titans we saw the ring stroke, right? Benjamin stroke at the in the Marant Bay location of Michelle Charles. And it was today, Marwan Bay was one of the places that had a bomb threat. I do not think it's coincidence.
No, it's
You understand me? It cannot be a coincidence because those Marwan Bay belongs to both St. Thomas is the parish that Marwan Bay belongs to, right? And Robinson and Michelle Charles are given a run for each vote in their constituencies right now. So they will try anything to try and scare away voters for September 3 and for today. Now, when you look at also the fact of that contract, that $250 million contract that Benjamin signed with our government to launch his $250 million scheme. I call it a scheme because it sounds something like a SSL and a OLINT and a cash flow scheme.
Exactly.
You know, that money going through to him, this fairy tale promise to Jamaica. If that what he promised was so true, or if he was planning to implement it, why is it his vehicles were targeted?
Exactly.
His vehicles were targeted for many months. We saw the shootout with the gunmen in Mandeville. And you know what I find very suspicious about this? I said connect the dots. It's always the same bank, NCB Bank. They were targeting all the time, right throughout these robberies with these armored vehicles. It's always NCB banks. And the other point I want to point out is that during these robberies, right? It was paper vehicles. It wasn't even armored vehicles. Yesterday we saw an armored vehicle at Michelle Charles' office. Yet a paper vehicle was used to transport our money to NCB. Think about it, Jamaicans. Think about where their priorities are. It is they want to safeguard the money to Michelle Charles's office. but they will not safeguard the money to the ATM of an NCB bank. How many bystanders got shot in these incidences? So they were just looking. They were looking for insurance coverages. Sometimes I think, this is my thinking, that they were behind somewhere inside. They were behind these robberies because every time a robbery goes down, the insurance for the bank covers it. And remember, Michael Lee Chin right now is in problem with the board of NCB. And for many months, we keep hearing about speculations about NCB. How many frauds happen in NCB. Add that to the fact that he had to sell his yacht, his helicopter, and properties. So Michael Leachin need to give us an account of what really was happening about 2 years back with these robberies. Him selling his properties, his assets. It all connects one way or another. And when you think of how Jamaica I was allowed to fail us because of non-maintenance, Horace Chan came out and said it. So it's not an alleged situation I'm talking about. Jamaica I was doing so well, and then it just went offline, just like that. No, when you think about everything that these people are trying to push on us and want to accept, how can you be guarding an empty, deplorable hospital without machines? Does that make any sense?
That doesn't make any
Does that
sense.
make any sense?
What
And I yield the floor.
Exactly. As what Spinks is saying, that doesn't make any sense. But to me, in terms of the awarding of $3.8 billion, and here you have now Beryllium showing up at Colonel Charles, Mrs. Charles,
Michelle Charles. Yeah.
Michelle Charles' office. There you can see, the possibility of kickbacks. You understand? Being now pushed into the campaign. And this is very serious when we look at that. Because when we look on all of what Benjamin had promised as it relates to cybersecurity, drones, and penetrating this and penetrating that. And as you mentioned, Spinks, that during those robberies, none of that, they have none of that. So
none of that.
They lied, yeah, they put out a thing, right? Samfy the country in getting contract. And the government know that it is a big samfy. Look who were there as at the launching. You have Daryl Vaz. Daryl Vaz show up in every one of the criminality. Daryl Vaz was there, and Daryl Vaz was selling this for Kenneth Benjamin, right? Just the same way how Daryl Vaz is selling the whole bus and the $1.4 billion.
Another scam.
Yes, Daryl Vaz was selling, you understand, as you said, another scam to the Jamaican people, and CB Andrew Holness, you understand, it is a part of the scam too, So I'm quick now to sign over $3.29 billion, right, to Kenneth Benjamin. Remember, if Andrew Holness doesn't agree with it, it can't sign off on it.
Thank you.
It can't
that
sign
is
off
true.
on. So then I am
That is
asking why Andrew Holness took up $3.29 billion given to Kenneth Benjamin to provide what? What sort of security? What sort of security Kenneth Benjamin is providing to get $3.2 billion from taxpayers? This don't make no sense. Andrew Holness just continue to just damage us.
Shift the money.
None of this makes no sense. Andrew Holness with his cronies, you understand? Just creative programs, you understand, so that they can steal the money from the treasury.
Legalized stealing.
Exactly what we have today is $3.8 trillion unaccounted for through pure trickery. Andrew Holness agree as it relates to sign. Look at that sign. A sign just to say, welcome to Montego Bay. We are paid
$17 million.
This is crazy, man. This just doesn't make any sense. And then you have people, you have people supporting Andrew Holness, not knowing that Andrew Holness is hurting them. And Andrew Holness is going to hurt you through inflation. When you go to, so Andrew Holness is dipping his hand in every single Jamaican pocket and taking out their money. He doesn't have to come and hold you up with a gun. His policies are doing that.
Thank you.
Right? Not because Andrew Holness doesn't run out with a gun and says, stick you up, right, and take your money. Andrew Holness is equally doing that because of the policies that he implemented. It is crazy. We have a dilapidated healthcare system that needed much help. We started out at Toronto Regional Hospital paying $2 billion. And remember, you know, it was just refurbishing, you know. Right? And they would have done a cost analysis, right, on the project before they even start. So then if you have done a cost analysis on the program and understanding what the costing is going about in terms of each material and labor costs and so forth, it leave from 2 billion to 9 billion, and from 9 billion going to 23 billion. How comes? And you are doing a cost analysis. How comes? It just doesn't make no sense. And at the same time, they are pointing their fingers up there in the air, saying that this administration spend the most money on healthcare, most money on security. Where is it? Where is it? Right? The policemen still have, majority of the policemen still have no body cameras. We don't have adequate vehicles, police service vehicles, right? No vests, adequate vests. So then where the money? Where did
no
you
boots. No boots.
Several police stations are dilapidated. So where did the money spend? It's like the hospital, as Christopher Tufton bragged, right? The only administration that spend majority. No, you have several hospitals, no beds, no toilet tissue, no MRI machines, right? It's crazy. No new surgical machines. It's crazy. So where the money spent? Eh? Where the money spent? No, Brother Rattigan. Now, let me ask you a question, Brother Rattigan. Remember, as it relates to Kenneth Benjamin, we're going back on Kenneth Benjamin. That Kenneth Benjamin saying that he has all of these things, telling lies to his client, using trickery. You understand? Both him and the government, right, to get taxpayers' money. Now what we see now, $3.29 billion. And Kenneth Benjamin doesn't have none of what he had talking about. No drones. When he was robbed, we don't see anything. He was calling up for the help of the policemen. Now, under these circumstances, Brother Rattigan, isn't that there should be a way to sue Kenneth Benjamin? I'm asking the question.
Well, the question is, where are you going to sue him for?
Huh? No. All right, let me tell you, Rattigan. He sold a lie to his client that he has all of the cyber this and the cyber that and the penetration this and the penetration that, drones this and drones that. But what we have seen that during several robberies taking place, you understand, including his vehicles, right? There was no drones to protect these people. So obviously he lied to the client.
Here's the thing, it's like smoke and mirrors, because I remember sitting down with Kenny Benjamin back in 2018, 2019 time frame. And we're talking about all of this stuff here.
Yes.
All of this stuff. I also remember sitting down with Prime Minister Holness back in, I think it was 2018, talking to him about the establishment of a fusion center in Jamaica. And it was clear to me during our discussion that he had no idea of the technology that's out there and how the technology could be employed to fight crime. He didn't know. People were telling him all kinds of nonsense. And Kenya surrounded himself with a group of people who they have some law enforcement, some of them they're administrators, but they have some law enforcement experience, but they don't have first of all, they don't have the network, they don't have the equipment, they don't have the technological know-how, the training, all that stuff. They don't have the facility. They could have the facility, but back in 2018, 2019, they didn't have one to outfit the place and use it as a fusion center or an intelligence center. You see where he's talking about he's having analysts and they're doing shifts and all that stuff. Ask him what the hell are they doing? Let's see the work product. And I can tell you it's garbage. It's garbage. If they can show you the work product, it's garbage. Because they hear these terms being bandied about. They hear terms like intelligence cycle and intelligence-led investigations. They hear these terms, and it conceptually it sounds nice to them, but in terms of putting in the work to make sure this thing is really going to run like a well-oiled machine, they don't have it. They don't have it. I brought one of the best intelligence centers in America, the guy who was director of it. I brought the guy to Jamaica. But the thing about it is some of these people, when you bring them, when you try to bring talent to them and say, look, here is talent and here's how I think you should use it, they don't want to hear from somebody who looks like them. So when I come, and it's so funny because I bring Mystica. One time I was going to Jamaica, right? And we were trying to do a cyber thing. I know one of the guys tell me, him said to me, say, when you're coming up, make sure you bring a white man with you, we can front the thing. I say, you serious? Him say, yeah, man, you have to bring a white man, because if you don't bring a white man, them not gonna listen to you. And guess what? Bring a white man, right? White man used to work for me, right? Or used to work with me, but actually I was in charge. Bring the white man. I know my Jamaican man, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, you know them though? Take the white man off in a car and start talk to him and everything like that. I try to line up things with him. And the man come and tell me, the man tell him, say, no. Work with Rattigan, you have to go talk to him. Them never come to me. Never come to me. And when you go to them and say, the man don't tell me already, I'm going to go to them and I talk to them. They must say, no, we have everything under control, man. Meanwhile, we knew that the banks were losing tons and tons of money in Jamaica because I went down with that. We took a team. And before we went, you know what we did? We went through their gates and penetrated their system. And we showed them that, look, you think your system's safe, but we went through the front door. So just think about people coming through the back door. And it was complete denial. It was like, yeah, we know, but we're going to fix the thing. And, blah, blah, blah. And at that time, they were losing a ton of money. But the reason why it didn't come out is because they were making a lot of money through investments. So if they were losing $5, they were making $10. And you know banks operate. They don't tell customers what's going on. because that's bad for business. If you tell them, say, look, we've been penetrated, then they move the money to another bank that's safe and secure. So that's one of the problems down there, is that, you know, they don't want to hear, they want to hear how to do things, but they don't want to hear from us in the diaspora. They'd rather you take a white man, a Chinese man, they take anybody else, including people who would have worked for you. They don't want to hear from you. And the idea of them setting up a fusion center, it's crazy, because what they should do, and the Prime Minister made mention of it. Oh, you know who set up a fusion center? It's called the Head Bartlett. It's called the Tourism Resilience Center. And I asked them, how is that going? What are you doing with this resilience center? What has it produced? I asked them. Zero, nada, zilch, not produce nothing. It's all smoke and mirrors, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't. They hear fancy terms and they go read, they go Google it, and then them talk about it, but they haven't done the work. And they won't do the work. And part of it also too is that, to some degree, I've been told that to some degree, they don't want to stop crime, because crime pays. So certain people will have certain things done, and nobody's going to touch that person. Nobody's going to. In fact, I know some of them, they can do just about anything they want in Jamaica, and nobody's going to touch them. Nobody's going to touch them. So it's a sad situation. And, you know, September 3rd is next week, Wednesday, and hopefully, God willing, things will change, and then we can look to a brighter day in Jamaica, because it is just crazy. And a mistake, I just want to quickly tell you and your listeners that tomorrow, we have a 7-hour show tomorrow. It's not 5 hours, it's 7. And we're going to take some breaks in between, but we have some breaking news. One of them is that I'm on the verge of being sued by one of the Prime Minister's confidants. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow and show his involvement in a whole bunch of things. And this man, I don't know who I mess with, but I want him, let me just say it right now on my watch, I want him to sue me. I really want him to sue me. And then we can do battle.
But remember to tune in tomorrow to Rattigan. What time, Rattigan, you're starting the program?
It's 3 o'clock New York time, 2 o'clock Jamaica time.
Oh,
and it's going to go from 3 to, what is it? 3 to 8 o'clock.
Yes.
No, 3 to 10. 3 to 10.
3 to 10.
Yeah. Or 2 to 9. 2 to 9 Jamaica time, 3 to 10 New York time.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. We're going to show how this Prime Minister and Darvaz, how there has been historically a pattern and practice of their involvement in suspicious financial transactions concerning the Jamaican taxpayers' money. We're going to show that.
Well, I tell Ratty that, you know, this Prime Minister is the worst of all Prime Minister. But, you know, let us just put back Melting Pot in the space, because Melting Pot definitely has much to say where these issues are concerned. Was it Spinks or Melting Pot?
Melting Pot.
Okay, Melting Pot. All right, come in the space.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say in regards to that $3.29 billion for security that Sierra parted to Kenny Benjamin Company. Now, I don't know if anybody recall what Christopher Tufton said in his debate presentation about crime. But if my memory serves me well, he was waxing lyrical about crime being reduced by 40%. Now, Tufton, come in front of the class. Mystic is here, headmaster. And we have a principal in Rattigan, and we have some teachers around here as well. Pinkskew, myself, and Lady Anne Marie. So come in front of the class. You were waxing lyrical on the debate about crime, and that your government reduced crime by 40%, the lowest in over 30 years. Then why your health sector need $3.2 billion for security? What is there in the hospital that someone would come and steal? What are you protecting in the hospital? Because under no circumstance, the health sector does not need a $3.29 billion.
Not health sector, one health authority, not the entire sector.
It's just one jurisdiction.
One.
Southern.
Yes.
One.
Yeah. It's not, it don't even cover the length and breadth of the country.
No.
Yeah. So I would ask Stop Town now, what would it cost to cover Kingston and St. Andrew? No, we have some serious players when it comes to corruption and theft in Jamaica, you know. And in the case of Kenny Benjamin having almost all of the security firm them, it no need no negotiation with him. No bidders now have to come to the table. You just award him. When it comes to awarding contract to these security firm, Kenny Benjamin have all of them basically. So if you put up 3 different names them all under him umbrella, he is still the beneficiary.
Hold on a minute, but give me a minute there. The caller want to say something. So after the caller, I'm going to just make a continue. Yes, caller, go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation.
Hi, good night, Mr. Rattigan. I'm a big fan of yours. This is the first time calling. Good night, Mystic Sensation.
Blessed my
night. I have to, I don't know how I'm going to express this, but I'm going to just say it.
Any one of us.
I'm a young lady that had a C-section in the hospital. Victoria Jubilee Hospital, to be exact. I went through a really bad illness during my pregnancy. I had to do an emergency C-section, and I'm still feeling complications after the C-section still. They took my child away from me. My baby did not survive in the hospital. They told me that my baby had some kind of issue with her lungs and she died. I never got the chance to see my child. I never got nothing, you know. And I'm finding out that I am one of probably 1 and 2 women who have ever even spoken about these things. Nobody really listens to us. You know, I have hypertension. They say I had something called preeclampsia. And I had something else called vascular exudation, where my eyes started to dim. My vision got blurred. I had hemorrhaging in my eyes. I was bleeding inside of my eyes. So I had to do the C-section. But the facilities in the hospitals and how they treated me while I was in there, and how it was as if I was nobody. You know, I could barely see properly after the surgery because my eyes were, there had this brown tint over my vision. And I kept having flashing, blinking lights at the side of my peripheral vision. I couldn't see properly. I was told I was lazy 2 days after surgery. I was told I was worthless because I lost my baby and I couldn't see properly. This is the treatment I got in that hospital, and I was very hypertensive. My blood pressure was 270 something over 100 and something. I was very sick. I almost died. And every time I talk about it, I have a lot carrying. I have a lot. Right now, my blood pressure is still high. I mean, we're talking about it right now, my blood pressure goes up.
Hold on, Baron.
I've been through a lot.
All right, hold on a minute. All right, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. My wife is a nurse. You understand? She wants to speak with you. Go ahead.
Can I ask you, how far gone was the pregnancy?
6.5 months.
6.5 months. Okay. And when did this happen?
It was a year ago.
Okay.
A year and a half ago.
And did you request to see the baby when they told you? And how long after this surgery did you were you told that the baby died?
All right. I was just taken to surgery. This decision was made for me. I had no choice.
Yeah.
Right? They said I was at death's door. I was just given some brown pills to just told to just shove that down my throat. I went to Victoria Jubilee, went upstairs, did the surgery. I was just told, I remember I'm in and out, out of anesthesia. I was just told by a doctor that my daughter didn't make it. I did ultrasounds to know the sex of the baby. I saw the baby, she was fine. I was just the one who was sick. Right? I was just told that she died and that was it. Nobody gave me a chance to see the baby. I could not have seen the baby properly because of things that were happening with my vision. My partner was there. The father was present. He's trying to get to the doctor so he could see the child, and nobody gave him a chance to see the child.
Suspicious.
You understand me? That's what I'm saying. We did not get a chance to see. This is my first pregnancy, and to have been through that emotionally, it hurts. Because I'm left empty and I have not seen what she looks like. Really, I don't know what she looks like. And I'm trying not to get emotional here, but having to deal with that and carrying that and having to deal with that, I'm hearing of mothers having this surgery that I had 2 years later and they're dying. 2 years after having their C-sections, they're dying. Just a couple of weeks ago, another TikToker had a C-section. She needed the C-section. She died.
All right. Let me.
They're dying.
All right. Hold on.
Yes.
Because I know that, right? You calling the various platform, you need resolution, and that is one of the reasons why we want to deal with in the process of resolution, just not just listening to you and you understand, and that's it. So let us know, since you are here, let us talk about resolution. Now, where can we go from here in terms of, and where am I going, is right to hold the system liable to the fact that, okay, your baby died, you didn't get to see the baby, your husband didn't get to see the baby. And so then my question, what proof do you have that this baby died? And so then where do we go from there? How do we address this? I am asking, for persons on the panel, Brother Rattigan, Pink's Melting Pot, my wife is here, right? What can be done? What can this lady do in terms of resolution, whether to say, okay, all right, this is the way to go, right? Get a lawyer, right? As it relates to, this is me as an investigator, asking the question, how can this lady verify the death of her child? Someone just come and just say, okay, all right, the child died. You're in an institution where certain protocols supposed to exist. And what are the protocols in terms of, okay, if someone baby die, what is the protocol? What is the step? The step is for going through the process of verification of the death and confirm that that is the status. So wifey, I have to ask you, you are in the system. How the process work in terms of that situation that you have just heard?
Okay, so what is normally done, it doesn't matter if the pregnancy is to term or not. Even if they're just a few weeks, like say maybe 11, 12 weeks pregnant and you have a miscarriage, especially in emergency where I work. We ask the mother, do you want to see the products of conception? Because a lot of the time it's not fully formed and you might just have a little thing that looks like a little human there. Some will want to see, some won't. The process is we take the products of conception, we put it in a container with either formalin or formaldehyde, it's the other name for it, or we put it in saline. We label it with the information of the mother and stuff like that. We put a label on it with the patient's name, and we send it to the lab for pathology. And the mother or the parents, if both of them are there, both know where it is going. And they might want to see it, but they know that it is going to be sent for this process. If they want to see it, fine, we let them see it. Most time people want to see it. If it's one that is a little more formed, and say the baby is almost term, you know, they will come with the hair and stuff. We allow them to take a lock of hair or whatever memorabilia they want to take with them. We put it in a container for them. They go and they get it, some things done with it so that they have a keepsake to say this is a part of a child that they had. I know in Jamaica, they might not have such sophistication, but at least she should have been given a chance to see the baby. And if the father was there and requested to see the baby, then he should have been allowed. So something is fundamentally wrong there.
Okay, so what she needs to do going forward?
She needs to find out where she can go to the complaints division for the health authority, if she has not done so yet, and report it, and also seek some legal advice.
Okay, so let me ask her now. Madam, you are listening to us. Have you gone to any form of complaint department to lodge this complaint?
I have never heard of anything like that ever.
Huh.
I have never heard of anything like that. Nobody has ever advised me of anything like that. And my real problem is the emotional scarring of it. It's hard
Did they send you for counseling, like early child loss counseling or something?
I've never gotten that.
No, man, something fundamentally wrong yourself.
Because we send
No,
mothers who've lost babies for counseling.
They don't have never done that for me. Because even you saying what you do where you are in your jurisdiction, and even just a piece of hair or just to see the child, it kind of brings some tears to my eyes because it hurts so bad.
All right. Madam, hold the line again. Hold the line again. I know that Brother Ratty.
Where is she?
Brother Ratty, I want to bring up Brother Ratty here.
Where is she? Where is she located?
Where are you located?
I am at Waltham Park Road, right behind Highland.
All right. Don't give away your location. All right. I wanted to get a general sense of where she is. Mystic, just take her number. I'll get her some help. Just get her number.
All right, because you know it doesn't make sense.
Okay,
you understand?
you have our WhatsApp information. Is this the number that we can get back to you on? You don't have to say the number on here. I'm just trying to clarify whether we can get contact you back on this number.
One other main source of information that you need to supply us with.
Can I say this? I realize there's not many of us out there who actually speak like me.
Yes.
There's a lot of us out there who have lost and nobody knows. I'm hurting. I've been through a lot of pain. I'm still in pain. I'm still recovering from my surgery. I can't even sit down properly. I have a lot of complications dealing with. My eyes aren't the best. I've been to doctors to kind of give myself some help, where I got some help at the Lions Club of Jamaica, and they helped me with glasses, and that was good.
So
I've been, yes, honestly.
Sorry, did you get referred to an ophthalmologist to check whether you have partial retinal detachment or it was just the pressure of your eyes?
When the Cuban doctors were here at St. Joseph's Hospital, I was told that I have a torn retina and possibly some optic nerve damage as well.
Some part of your vision going dark, partial retinal detachment, yeah.
Does this young lady know who was the midwife?
I'm not seeing, and I don't have peripheral vision, and I'm not seeing because I haven't come up very far away, because there was a time I didn't know night from day. But it is not as clear. I'm seeing Mr. Rattigan on the TV right now, and I'm seeing the comment section, but I'm not seeing things clearly.
That's just
Okay.
how the vision is.
There's a question
You know,
asked by one of our panelists. Do you know the what do you call it? Midwife?
Midwife.
The person no, I don't know the persons who did my surgery.
What? You need legal
I was
advice.
just
You
put
need,
to
you
sleep.
need access to your
We
child.
don't. No, I'm telling you.
No.
Listen,
Did you?
None of us. Yes,
This
I'm
is crazy.
telling you point blank. None of us who have ever done C-sections know who the doctors were who cut us. None of us know about that information. We're in the dark. We're isolated.
Okay.
When we're done and we're on the ward, we're just treated as if we're nothing. The bathrooms are deplorable. I'm always putting it out there. We are mothers who just have surgeries and been cut. They go to bathrooms that are deplorable, slimy, full of germs, all kinds of things. No tissue. You have to have your own tissue. You have to have your own pads, your own everything for yourself. You have to have for yourself. Nobody's providing that for you. Only thing you get is a pan to put your soap and your rag in when you're going to the bathroom and you're going to have a shower.
Okay, let me interject here because something doesn't sound right.
Exactly.
Because the surgery is normally done by a doctor, an obstetrician. And when you go to the hospital, they're supposed to explain to you what's going on and say, okay, this is an urgent situation. It's an emergency. It's in order to save your life, we have to take the child. We have to do an emergency C-section. And the doctor normally have to introduce themselves. And in an emergency situation, you still need to be able to give consent. Unless you're not able to give consent, you're mentally unable or you're unconscious or something, then two doctors can sign a consent form to get it done. But if you're awake and you're with it, the only thing you say you can't see, they're supposed to talk to you and get your consent regarding. So nobody did that. And when you went to the OR, you're going to be put to sleep by an anesthesiologist who you still have to give permission to do whatever is going to be done to you. So I'm not understanding what you're saying.
I was just put to sleep. I was just gotten the injections to induce labor. I was put to sleep, and that was it. I didn't get anything else after that. I woke up in another section of the hospital where there was just AC alone. And then they put me on the ward where there was no AC. The place was hot. Mosquitoes were there. I had to have my own fan to cool down myself. I had a mother beside me. She had her child there. The baby crying, profusely, just crying. Because the place is hot. The babies are suffering there as well. I'm telling you the realities of what we face. We have to drink the pipe water. They give us tongue to drink. We get salty chicken and bread, dinner rolls for dinner. That's what we get in there. And I'm hypertensive. I have to be real. I have to be real instead of hiding it. Just tell the truth.
Okay, so we'll get your number to Mr. Rattigan, and then he will assist you with information as to how to go about.
I have somebody who's willing to help. They just need her number so they'll contact her.
Okay. All right. So here what happened now, sis. We have somebody who willing to help you, right? So just give your number, and then we start you on the process. All right.
We'll give no. I can see your number. I will call you back. We don't want your number.
You're right. You're right. Don't our number.
Baron, it's in the phone.
Okay.
The call is going to be.
All right. So we are going to definitely assist you with this one, my sister.
Okay.
Are you? Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
You're welcome. One sec.
No, we know that Christopher Tufton is lying.
No, this is serious. This is serious. melting pot. And you know what? This is a situation where you may, as she said, several of them may affected in a similar pattern. And this is very serious because this seems to now venture into some legal issues.
Definitely.
Yes, Carla, you are on the line, Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Good night, good night.
Good night, my brother.
I just have one question.
Yes.
Last night while I was watching the debates, and the noble Prime Minister stated that the Integrity Commission is no longer investigating.
Right.
I want to know at what point, because there's nothing in the headlines, in the news. I mean, that's one thing greendots.com would highlight, you know.
Yes.
Big Mama would be all over the place with that. And I didn't hear anything like that.
Okay, let me just rest your assurance. If that was so, then the Integrity Commission would have to certify the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. The Prime Minister's statutory declaration has not been certified, so obviously the Prime Minister is lying. But everybody knows him a liar, man.
Why the part? Where is homeboy to describe this one?
Pathologically mendacious.
Oh God Almighty! This man worse than Bruce Golding, man. Eh?
No, this man cannot be mixed up with Bruce Golding. This man, this man create lie create him.
For those of the viewers who are watching right now, I am asking them to go out. And one last thing, because I know you have other people waiting. But I, as a youth who grew up in the country, go to church, Pentecostal church, every Sunday. And I cannot believe, because I was taught about integrity, truth. And I cannot believe we have so many churches in Jamaica. I have a best friend who is a pastor, and he's supporting Andrew Holness. How can you, as a child of God, take it upon yourself with any form of conscience and say you are supporting this Prime Minister? I'm not telling a man not to be a Liberal, you know, because that's your choice. But as a Christian, and what we know Christianity is supposed to be or look like, and you as a Christian decide that you're going to support and vote and tell your congregation to vote for this man without any form of integrity. What about your integrity? What about your conscience? Where is Jamaica? Where are we going? How can we sleep at night? God Almighty, Jamaicans, I am calling on you, man. Think about this. Think about it carefully before you go to Wednesday and do the thing that is almost unforgivable. Good night, gentlemen and lady.
Thank you for calling. Have a good. Yes, I haven't heard Sister Pinks for this long time. You know. Lady Pinks, jump in, man, and say something, no man.
Melting pot didn't finish talk.
Oh, Melting Pot didn't finish talk?
No.
Oh, okay. All right, Melting Pot. Sorry about that.
I mean, you know, everything come to a crescendo right now, you know, because, I mean, this young lady, her situation just get me in a frame of mind where, you know, me just feel like with a wolf tough tongue and rip him apart. But, you know, leave that for somebody else. Because tough tongue, you know, blatantly lie to the Jamaican people and every platform. You understand? Because most of these babies now what we hear dying at the month of June, you know. Yeah? Which you know the month of June is almost summer. But this lady is telling us that there is not even fun to cool down the baby them inside this place. Mosquito and all type of thing. But this man I tell we as they say, well, that boy, the health system is in a much better condition than we are making it out to be. And it's like we are just politically witch hunting him and the Labour Party. We have the facts now in live and living denomination as it relates to this young lady venting her frustration over the loss of her child that she or her husband never get to witness.
Well,
Them
Melting Pot, where is Dunstan Brand?
Dunstan Brand is somewhere. We don't know where.
Well, that tell you about the healthcare.
Exactly. Them rob the money. You understand? Them rob the money.
Exactly.
And in Jamaica, there cannot be a system where someone goes to have a baby to give birth, but don't know who is the medical person assigned to do the delivery, whether by C-section or by normal birth. You understand? It cannot be. There must be a docket that have all the information. So how would anybody know the midwife that give birth to that child? Because that's supposed to come by your birth certificate, you know. Originally, we know that used to happen. I don't know if it's still in place. But my birth certificate show me who was the midwife. And I think that is in keeping with moral principle. But the husband is there, and he's not allowed to see the child. So nobody don't know if the child even survive.
This is in the hospital.
This is very serious.
It's a doctor. It would have been the doctor because it said it was an emergency. But
right, so it's not a doctor then.
Yes, it's a doctor.
Yeah, it's in the hospital.
So nobody knows the true reality of that child.
Exactly.
That child could be still alive, but based on the fact that mother, is sedated, plus you have, obscurity vision and all these things, they take that to their advantage. People need to see the remain of their concept. You understand? When you conceive and you go for give birth, you're supposed to see what is there to be seen. Whether it's alive or it's deceased. You have that right. Nobody not supposed to deny you that right. It's pure anti-panky thing going on in Jamaica. But time come and we are going to change all of that for the betterment of Jamaicans. And this is why Jamaica need to get on board and get behind Mark Jefferson Golden and the People's National Party. Too many Jamaicans have some complaints that are not to your taste. When you hear it, boy, you feel away. You feel them agony and them pain and them distress when they go through. And next thing I want to say to the nurses them in Jamaica. Because this lady, she complained of nurses being rude to her, telling her that she was lazy and all these things. And I've seen a young miss from the United States going through a process like this lady.
Yes.
It's on video, and the way that nurse spoke to her was not in keeping with the principle and the guideline of a nurse. When a patient is in the hospital, they are under the nurse and the hospital care. That institution is to provide the care, and who is manning the institution must provide the supervision. And so it goes with respect. People must know how to speak to people. We are all Jamaicans. I sure know if them see some other different looking people, them speak to them eloquently. But when it comes to speaking to fellow Jamaicans, because you're in a nurse capacity, you don't even know who that person is. You just think that you are better. No, we are here fighting for nurse and the betterment in their salary package and all these things. We lend our voice to your growth. But somehow nurses are not living up to standard. I don't know what is wrong with them. They need to get them act together and leave the profession. I know the Cuban nurse wouldn't speak to this young lady like that, No, because they are well trained.
But Melting Pot, in the terms of, because I know that you have some lovely nurses. So not all nurses, and I know you meant that That you're not
Well, I'm
referring
not
to
going
all
to take
nurses.
everything
There are
but
some
you know,
nurses.
there's so much dissatisfactory comments attributed to nurse. But they know that I know that they know that it's not everyone. So I'm not using a hard brush. But you know, fellow nurse, if you see another nurse behaving out of terms and context, drag them up, please. Make them be aware of the profession that they are in. Tell them that it carry a certain code of conduct. So everyone who is out of line must be brought back in line by your fellow colleagues. And if so, report them to the higher authority. We have to fix the system. We have to change the culture of this madness in Jamaica. It cannot carry on like this. We are spiraling down a precipice and we have to be careful. I yield back the floor.
All right. Sister Lady Spinks, before I bring her in, let me just hear this caller. Yes, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Big up Mystic. I'm a prudent listener to you every night when you come on. Ratical
Blessings, my brethren. Blessings.
Yeah, man. But just have a thing one more highlight. I highlighted pan Carlos, Jamaica Carlos.
Oh yes.
Program.
Yes.
What happened? I have a brother where he did have a broke foot. Same medical type of thing. He did have a broke foot from last year, January, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So he was admitted to public hospital where them put on a plaster polish on them foot and thing like that, and them come out back. So when them come out, them give you the prescription where we're supposed to go and get the pin up in foot, because the plaster polish they on it, then it have to heal a little bit and then they have to go back again. So when we get the prescription, we went by the same place that we have the drill problem. I don't even remember the name.
Sarah. He's talking about where the drill.
Where the drill?
Or the
Hope Road, that place, I forgot what the name.
Yeah, I know where
but
Yes, we know we are talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Up there, sir. Between me and my uncle, we go and we purchase the pin and thing, and that it costs us like $150,000.
So you're talking medtech, right?
Medtech, right? Thank you very much. Yeah, medtech. Yeah, we went there and we go there and we buy that. Now the receipt them up to now because my brother, he has been going back and forth to the hospital. We buy it, we have the receipt, we give it back to the doctor. So it's all the left for them, give us a date for him to come in and then pin it up and all of that. Each time him go, he went several times. But each time him go, them say them don't have a bed, them don't have no space. Remember from last year, January, I tell about Up to this day,
it's pretty my brother.
Heal, but it heal the farm now.
Because you're going to have malunion because a fracture takes at least 6 weeks to heal.
What is going on?
If it's over a year, it's already healed and you have malunion.
It's healed right now and them foot have a budge because based on how it heal, you didn't get to set back properly because the plaster polish come off and all of that now. And my pay for the thing, we pay for it. So it's like you basically not have no help in other country because it no matter what you do, it's like the system is like
it's very inefficient.
The system is a vampire. The system is a vampire and it cannot continue. To have
Up to this day, my brother foot heel and him foot heel with a budge, like the bone. The bone, yeah. You understand what I say?
Yeah, man, we understand you.
What happened? The bone was displaced. It needed to be reduced where they pull it back into alignment and then pin it. So because that was not done, so
That
it's
is the reason why them give us a prescription to buy the pin. But the receipt for the pin and everything, because we don't get it, you know. Them have to keep it and then the doctor send for it. We don't get it. So, you understand? So up to this day now, that still don't resolve no. You know?
No, this is a joke, man. Them something little. Them something serious.
Everything on
it's a way. I don't know how have your attention now. I don't know. I'm just talk to Rattigan now because in there.
Yes.
But normally used to call, you know, but for some reason Rattigan, I can't get to call him. I don't know if I'm because I don't know. It's like each time I try to call, I not get through to you. I try more than one time to call the number, and I not get through. My name is one, I always up on the program. You understand?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We have some problems.
I don't know what happened, why I not get through, but I always try to call, because I always want to highlight it by your program. You understand?
No. Yeah, apologies, because we have a problem with the telephone system for the last several weeks. It just
listen. Rattigan is responding to you. Just listen.
Yeah, for the apologies for not getting through, or for not picking up the call. But we're having some technical difficulties right now. You can't hear me?
All right.
You can't hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Apologies. We have some technical difficulties, at least for the last 3 weeks, and we still haven't been able to resolve it. But hopefully sometime next week. Or tune in tomorrow. I may turn on the phone line tomorrow because Kevin is with me tomorrow. I may turn it on and take some phone calls because it's the last Saturday before the election.
Because I have your number not, you know, but for some reason each time I call, it does not go through, you know.
All right, tune in tomorrow and we'll open the phone line because we're going to take some calls and we'll see how things work out.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
All right.
I appreciate what you guys doing. Trust me, because it educates a lot of us, you know.
Blessings, my brother.
Trust me. Yeah, man, it educates a lot of us and it just keep us in the know. But what going down here, and a normal something going on Jamaica, trust me.
Yeah,
at the first we see it so bad.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, man, at the first we see Jamaica is like, I'm just always hear about slavery, but this reminds me so much of where I always hear people are talking about, you know? And back in history and everything. Trust me.
All right.
Decent law-abiding citizens, like, we not have no help, like, you know? You know? Trust me, it's like we're not on a help. We're not on a help down here, man. I tell you, I got you. You know? And Ratty, I want us to come from to, you know? all Malcolm Giant side.
Which part?
Between Road, Buckers.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I hear you, sir. I hear you. Bless up, bless up.
Yeah, man. Oh. So don't speak up on yourself. But now I want the program too much. We just have to put it forward, you know?
All right. Blessings, my brother. Blessings. All right, cool. All right. Yes, Sister Things. You're in the space.
Thank you, Uncle Byron. Let me respond to the last caller. It is obvious that medtech is running on scam. How can you pay for something and you don't have a copy of the receipt?
It doesn't make
Does
sense.
that make any sense? Over a year, you still not receive the service that you pay for, the item. This doesn't make any sense. Medtech needs to go down. And for the person who called before that, the second caller, talking about God and labor rights. Let me tell you this. Every person who is a member of the Jamaica Labour Party elected, they're all demons and they have nothing to do with God.
Exactly.
You cannot confuse Christians with them. Look at what happened at the so-called blessing of the buses. Two bishops went there, Christine and the other one named Michael Smith. They have nothing to do with God. You can't confuse God and something else. And we know what Christianity is supposed to be like. We are a Christian country. We know what Christian principles are. We Jamaicans know what a true Christian is. And no labor right cannot be a Christian. The 49 of them over there is 49 demons that we are trying to vote out September 3. And for the young lady about her C-sections, I felt every bit of that story. I spoke on this program already about the 24 babies that died and how those mothers needed closure. They needed closure because it's hard to bring a baby to be pregnant for so long. Bring a baby into this world and not see if the baby died, yes or no. It's wicked. And those nurses who were rude to her, you did not need to do that. She's a sister. She's a fellow sister. She could be your daughter. She could be your mother. She could be your cousin. And we need to show more empathy and sympathy. We understand the system that we are working under now as civil servants. And we are here advocating for you guys to get a better pay package, right? But it's not the person who is a patient's fault while you're in the system as a nurse. So do not take out your frustration on the patients. We understand all nurses are frustrated right now because you're overworked, underpaid, and not being treated with respect by this government. We understand that. But until it's sorted out by you voting on the 3rd against the system that you live in and work in as a nurse, please show more patience to your patients. And I yield the floor.
All right.
Let me say something. For all the nurses listening out there, always say the patient is not an interruption of your work. The patient is your work. So we need to remember that at all times.
Okay, something that just came into my phone. I want to share it because
put it up.
Yes, so far it's a good news, right? As it relates to the voters tally today. Let me just share it. So we are getting some good news.
You.
And I
Thank you, Jesus.
As I get them, I have to pass them on. So let us show congratulations there. We are doing it. So let me just put it up so that we can see it. So we have good spirit going into September 3. And we say anywhere the security forces lean to, that always party always win. So let us show this right now. Right? Let us share this because this is good news. When we change this administration, we want accountability. Okay, here it is, my people. Based on exit polls done today, the PNP is leading in 47 of the 63 constituency. Thank you to the police and military. Congratulations, comrades. Let us finish the task on Wednesday. All right. Melting pot.
Wednesday turning into 63.
It look like, I wonder if you're going to get you 63 and all. It look like you're right in a melting pot.
Yeah, man.
Come up on the board. Come up on the board, melting pot. Talk about it.
Yeah, we are get that, you know. We are going to get, and it simply means, I know that, you know, in the due process of democracy, we want to have an opposition, but we don't want this opposition, and we don't want anyone from this party being in the parliament. What we will do, we'll give the option to some other people to form an opposition. We don't want anything from the Labour right back in the House of Parliament.
Well, on a melting pot. That's why we are telling the people, you know, tune in with us on September 3. We are getting the hourly updates and flinging them out, right? And we'll be calling some constituencies, you know, before the end of the count, you know. So, you know, tune in with us on September 3. Go ahead, melting pot. You don't have to.
Yeah, because I mean, we see where, you know, time has now, you know, falling upon the Jamaican electorate. And it simply means when time comes to you, you know, you must respond to time.
Yes.
This is the time when all that has taken place over the period of 9.5 years must be compounded into one package. And that one package must have a 63 and 0 as its number. That's what I'm looking forward from my Jamaican. We cannot have no Barabbas, no Judas, no Pharaoh, none of those type of elements anymore in our society. Because if we do, then we'll continue to get the phone call like we are getting now. We know this medical place on Hope Road, you know. We know they are corrupted because the drill alone show them up. But here is a patient going with a broken limb from the caller said the previous January. So it's 1 year and plus. And he has not gotten value for his money. And I sure know they have paid that tidy sum of money. But where is the result? Non-existent. So I'm saying to the patient to the person that just called, file a lawsuit against this private institution. I'm glad it's not attached to the government side of things. So go after this institution, please, because they are charging exorbitant amount of money for patient admission.
Melting pot, Melting pot is a government institution, you know. It's Victoria Jubilee.
No, not Victoria Jubilee. The one with the broken limb.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the lady. You're right then. You're right. You're correct.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. The broken limb. The gentleman. Okay. When them allow him foot to just set back the way to the farm. Yes. It's not been in line. It's not aligned and pin as Anne-Marie said. Yeah, but they collect the money and they don't even go and give the people and them receipt. What can go so? They must get a fat lawsuit. Yeah, because these people are operating as if, well, there are some Lord God and bands of mercy in our country. But we know God operate with humility, love, care, empathy. Hey, we need to bring down them establishment, man. And it's the people power that will bring them down. Well, too much of them are rise up under the scheme. We have a health minister told about them spend the most money. But yet still, throughout for them period, we have seen the most private entities them rising up in our society, you know, and charging the people them exorbitant amount of money to even look at them. We are seeing now that ambulance don't move you until them get paid. So ambulance is not an emergency service. The ambulance is not an emergency service. The ambulance is a paid service. If you don't have your money, you don't get it. That has to stop.
Ambulance is a taxi.
Well, that dildo taxi must be one of them doing dildo. You can't have ambulance service in a country where you have to pay for out of your pocket. Come on. That not happening in the UK. You see ambulance still weak. But in a Jamaica, ambulance is scarcity, commodity. If you don't have your money, then don't come to your help. Remember a gentleman lost his life in a mobile at the airport, you know. When he could have been saved. But these people were adamant that until the money paid, he can't get ambulance. Tough tongue, you're garbage. You're a criminal. Jamaica people must get rid of you. I was by the summer up in a St. Catching up in a Pine Hill region. And they need to get rid of you. You're a wannabe Minister of Health. You're a, I don't even know of the style yet. You're a piece of shit. And you must be charged because you have misappropriate taxpayers' money using the health ministry, fueling the money to all your sweetheart, get the 5 million for perform Blue movie. All these garbage. You're there all over the place and wanky-panky business. And you're not attending to the people business, which is health. Nothing at the hospital them. The hospital them run down, dilapidated. The hospital them worse than Riverton City dump. I mean, I take back my word when we say that. The worse than River City dump. Because people are surviving on the dump daily. But people are going to the hospital and dead. Dead. Never come out back alive. But people survive off a Riverton City dump. So the hospital where you are run, it's worse than the River City dump. And you must be held accountable for that. Because the ministry will have your responsibility. And I yield back the floor.
All right.
Okay, I just want to say something additional to what you just said, Melting Pot, regarding the ambulance. Yes, it's one thing, yeah, we're short, they don't have ambulances, but even with getting the ambulances, if you don't have persons on there who are trained to give first-line treatment or advanced treatment until the person gets to the hospital, then it doesn't make any sense because you don't just need a driver to drive it. You need personnel who can give first-line treatment to help to sustain a life until they get to hospital.
Let me put you on.
So we don't need Uber ambulances. We need ambulances with EMS trained people.
All right. Let me put Sister Pot on the line. Yes, Sister Pot, go ahead.
Yeah. Just need some info.
Yes.
We don't have info.
Talk about things, Sister Pot.
Use the word allege.
Yes.
It's alleged that them promote 45 police officers this morning up at the police training camp.
Well, that too
Imagine
late.
that.
Well, that's too late, you know, because based on what we are looking at now in terms of information.
But this we hear now.
Yes.
The same man them with them and one when they promote that are the senior man them up at Putnam Park. The man then go vote for Rowan James, because them actually have vendetta for them. The man them take the promotion and vote for Rowan James.
What do you mean?
And me I get it from inside source. Just get it, that's why I call back.
All right.
Just get it.
Yeah, man, because
promotion. What that wicked people have.
you see, me just get something to and me put it up and share it.
Eh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Yes.
So, and let me tell you something, Sister Pat. Let me tell you something, Sister Pat. This is a sign that is going to show them, you know, that people are going to, may I say people are going to take their money, right, and vote them out, you know.
Vote them out.
That is what is happening, you know. And we are not encouraging that behavior, you know. But that is what the people are doing. They are taking their money and they are voting them out. Right? So all of the talk, what they want speak talk, and do this now, what they didn't do in the 9 years, the people are already done with them. The people are already done. And again, based on what you are seeing in terms of this exit poll, Sister Pat, right? Remember that Dan Anderson predicted a narrow margin, right? So far, we are not seeing that. PNP out there on the lead, strong lead. So, good news.
You know, when we learn from Uno,
Yeah.
all right, God, when we watch, and observe, and listen. You know what I'm saying? Listen, watching speech, when he must speak about poll this and poll that, in I last us. In face, in body language, I tell us, no go say no.
Well,
And listen under some force.
yeah,
like,
man.
you know, get mixed up like reverend. You are writing and talk about people body language. Writing and talk about people eye and fancy Robert Finty teach me. Look when him attack, look now them. You know him not talk about good grounds. But him have to say, we have to say. Him go come out and say PMP and lead by something. Person. No go so.
Well, the exit poll are showing say no go so.
Him mouth and see so. But him body not saying it. And Miss Mawa, Mr. Ratigan, and time book him up in last year. As a investigation, watch him mouth if you don't move different from him body and him eye. The next thing, Mr. Ratigan, right, we are bad. You see this man when he in glass pole brown. I want him to be investigated all when the election done and PMP win. Is either them a put a gun in head or something, but something about it don't right. I don't know what it is. And what really happening in Jamaica, the mafia, them clap down on the people in authority who then can clap down on. They clap bolt. And them everybody, you have to watch the people in body language, you know. When body language and then yeah, when them attack. Watch it. Them must say A, but them body has say B. So you feel nothing or set to the nonsense. And I stand to the nurse them, you have some excellent nurses.
Yes.
And Tom and Marie speak, you know say Anne Marie are one of them. However,
my wife is an excellent nurse.
In Jamaica now, the system is so broken. Because I lost a baby. I went to supermarket and live up a bag. And I go and go back to believe. And when I go back to believe, there comes the fetus.
Yes.
And I know, sir, the nurse questioned me tell her what happened, and me push out it. And then put it in a one glass, something like an old time butter dish.
Yes.
And chose some liquid upon it. Tell me the name of the doctor and the nurse who attend, because when the nurse attend to me, they call the doctor for do film thing. And said, this is Dr. So-and-so, this is nurse so-and-so. And you remember, tell the doctor exactly what you tell me. And then they carry the baby. When they put upon it something, like, they may not carry if you test it, but when they look at it for their medical eye, they realize what baby to go be saying, I need no testing. They said to me, say, mother, this would be a boy. But trees don't look ugly.
Yes.
They said, oh, you mean a boy? He said, you wouldn't understand, but we know. And the doctor them attack, and then doctor language say, like I said, see the vertebrae or whatever. And they said to me, say, what I am doing? Well, me so frightened and traumatized. Me tell them, say, I want to sleep. When I wake up, I decide what me I go do. And then, when he's really sleep and wake up, me tell him, say, all right, Jubilee, and we say, all right, this guy, sign up some document and whatever, and we get rid of it. But it was a boy. Yeah, so me go again to give birth at Spanish hospital. And when it pain a lick, you know, at the gravity 5, me said to the nurse, me ready. The nurse said, me not ready. So same place, you know, one cost me and sabotage me. So when we feel the baby come, we just go right in our nurse station and have the baby go. The nurse sister come on and said to me, said, mother, why do you do that? I said, no, please. At 2 times, I go to the labor mother, the nurse tell me, say, I'm not ready. I want disrespect me, I mean, disrespect nurse. So when I do what she said, what? You're meeting me that? She said, like I said, Nurse Mary, did this lady tell her that she's a gravity 5? And you said that to her? Well, guess what will happen now? You is going to clean up this mess. No cleaner lady not clean up this mess. You is going to do it and make sure so the man is well taken care of. You're rude. Here the nurse now. At time being in woman in well work. The sister said, that is not a part of the job. If you can release it, don't come, you don't treat the patient. And I'm sorry, but you need to take care of this mother. And you must clean up this mess right here now. No janitor can help you. It's very rude and I'll see you on the other side. So as Miss Anne-Marie said, you have good people and you have some people just take up some work with the money and when any little thing they throw it for patient. I mean, I believe that's right. And the second thing, you have some patients without a tooth. So it's a mixture.
Yeah,
and now in Jamaica, everybody mad. Because the doctor them can't get nothing to work with. The nurse them not have no material to work with. Them a work overtime, they not get no patient direct with them. And they are only human in some cases, not in all cases. So we have to lick side and lick some. But what is happening overall, the buck stop at Tufton place where around stop and don't have nothing to put back there. Belly button now go away. I'll be a put on video. You understand? So
all right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Sister P. All right. And I just glad that that lady called this program tonight. Right. I know might be still listening. Right. Ratigan is going to contact her tomorrow. And you know, we will get her the necessary help, right, that she truly deserves. So I just really happy, right, that we are, you know, proceeding into terms of a resolution.
She needs counseling.
Right, and she needs counseling as well. But you know, someone will contact you, my dear, if you are listening, right? Ratigan will definitely, right, help you. So just anticipate for that call, and we will be doing following up, right, to ensure that you know you are moving from A to B in terms of progress, right? So once again, you know, even though the story is so sad, but you know, we want to know that okay, at least we do our best, right, to help our Jamaican system. What a situation, though, and this proved to us in terms of so many concerns that coming up. Another call is coming in. Let us just take that call, right? Yes, caller, you are on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, my dear.
Yes, Brother Byron, you know what
you doing?
I've been thinking?
Yes, my sister.
With the debate there,
yes,
Mark Golden and Andrew,
yes,
there's so much things that could be said about the Jamaica Labour Party and its inappropriateness in the health sector. As I listened to this young lady that had that incident with the baby,
yes,
I've been thinking to myself about the so-called doctor that was at Spanish Town Hospital as well. Because if we notice, we heard nothing, we hear nothing more about that situation. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And that man must be charged as well. Because who knows, you know, if he had prescribed medication to anyone that has caused their death. So, you know, if it was a PMP, they would be hammering on that, hammering on it. So, you know, I want to know. We're not going to hear anything because they suck up everything. They keep everything on the wraps, quiet. You know, so, I mean, how come we don't hear anything more about that? you know, and so on. So I'm wondering if that was brought before the DPP. I'm wondering about that as well, because that should not go away like that. That's a criminal act. That's a criminal that should be looked into as well. Tufton has a lot to answer.
A lot.
Baron. A lot to answer. A lot of questions are there for him to answer. And I would really want to hear about this one as well. Yeah.
But you know what, my sister? What is wonderful right now? That we are now on the horizon to change a political administration. A new political administration is going to put in place. September 3, the People's National Party is going to be the victory. Right? Victor. And let me say this. When the People's National Party get in, if we believe that we are hearing certain things that is quite shocking to us as it relates to the poor governance, I believe that there's a lot more there that is going to be exposed.
Definitely.
And that is one of the reasons why they are fighting tooth and nail, right? So that they can stay in, right, power to continue to conceal their corruption. Because let me say this, sister. Based on what we are looking on, as it relates to, you know, allegations of corruption and so forth and so forth, I reached to the point where many of these, what we call so-called allegation, is now leaning into what I would say, right, 100% facts based on evidence to support certain things, right? But just for the legal process, and you want to stay right in the confines of appropriacy, put it that way, right? We are not just coming out and just calling out certain things, but trust me, I am telling you that there is a lot more to come. A lot more to come. That
Don't
is
give them supper. They must be brought to justice, Brother Baron. They must be brought to justice. It's too much, too many issues and incidents. Malpractices.
And you know what, again, sister? When you can see the Prime Minister, right, or on a debate, knowing that, okay, you are in the years of technology, the age of technology, you know that you are going to be fact checked, but you have the gall, you understand, even when you know that these things are going to happen, but you just pick out the lie. That is one of the reasons why you understand. Well, what my wife said, he's a pathological liar, right? He just can't help himself. And I believe, to be honest, when several times I keep on saying it, that every word that comes out of Andrew Holness' mouth, whenever Andrew Holness speaks, just listen, right? There are lies just coming out, rolling out. And to show you how the level of wickedness with Andrew Holness, knowing very well, even with the FinSAC, that you benefited so much from the 90s financial meltdown.
In a fee category.
Come on, man. So when you are doing this, on a debate, and people watch you, and people look at you, and people know that you are telling lies, what do you think they are going to go and vote? You even the very same JP are going to vote you out. Because
not even go to church service tonight to Milford Church. In shame, him can't go.
Oh my goodness.
I miss call for and him no go. He wasn't
in the church among all the non-Jamaicans.
Oh my God. No, sir. I said when I hear Andrew last night, hear me, no, sir. I believe something is wrong with him mentally. And they must put him on the suicide watch.
Well, when I hear his utterance,
He not look normal in his face. Trust me, last night, no, sir.
When I hear his utterance saying that he is the man, you understand, that all up, right, justice and ensure that there is no corruption. No. And he's tough on corruption.
Wicked body, wicked.
For imagination
When I heard Andrew Holness saying tough on corruption, I said, mighty God. I say, you know what? You should have gone in front of a court and rat gun at the judge. I'm melting pot. Me I'm melting pot. Rat gun at the judge. And me I'm melting pot and pizza and my wife at the jury. Look, when you last Mr. I say he should go in front of a court where Rattigan and the judge and me and Springs and melting pot and my wife, right, are the jury. Then he would have still water water pumpkin belly. 2 wicked and lie, man.
He didn't say everything, you know. He said, you want to try to pretty up inside.
He would have answered against his son.
He said, he's not charged. No charge to it. I say down to the French.
To the FID. The man said the investigation is done and no charge.
No charge.
Hey, boy, hey.
I'm sick. You're right.
When I heard him say that, sister, you know what coming to my mind? I said, no, sir. And no, me, no, sir. Jamaica, the country, book a ticket on Titanic. No, me know the entire country having Andrew Holness at the end of our political system. We book a ticket on Titanic. Trust me.
Because you guys want to close up. On a serious note, though, you know.
Yes.
When you really look into it deep and examine the issue, it bad, you know.
It bad, man.
I wonder if not realize if somebody not talk to him, his colleagues don't talk to him. He just keep on doing it and doing it over and over.
You know, when I heard him.
No, man. It can't.
You know, when I heard him uttering the lies, at one point, I have to get up and take a pill because my head start at me.
Dangerous man, that. Dangerous somebody that. Anybody who is friend with Andrew Holness better watch themselves. Dangerous. In evil bad. He's a wicked man.
Me not think Satan want him in hell at all. Satan
no
want him in
a prison.
Satan no want him at all because Satan position.
Remember me tell my sister. Well, all right.
You know, let me come out the phone now. But you see that issue I'm talking about?
Yes.
They know who the person is, you know. They know. And look how long that person stay at the hospital. It look like they must have put him there so if he eat a food because of that the whole of them do and keep it within them circle. So they must have put him there at Tufton, put him there to keep perhaps allegedly, I'm saying, kill off some more people saying Paula could have get the body of them.
All right, my sister.
Good night.
Yes.
Good morning.
All right. Here it comes to our end of our program, right? We want to say a big thanks, right, to the panel, a big thanks to all the people who are passing through. Remember, tune in into to Rattigan tomorrow. You know that Wayne Lonesome, right, will be coming out as well. Okay, let us take the final call for the night. We have one more caller here. All right, caller, yes, you're on Mystic Sensation. Please go ahead.
Yes, good night.
Yes, good night.
Good night to the lovely ladies on the panel and bless up on yourself, gentlemen.
Bless up.
I have a quick question. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Speak up a little louder, please.
Let's speak a little louder, but we are hearing you clearly.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah. I have a quick question. Is insider trading, is it an international crime? So can like the US come in and do anything about if, so for instance, they suspect Andrew with this insider trading, can the US come for him?
No. Insider trading would have deal with its own jurisdiction within. Remember, you know that Jamaica is a sovereign country. However, if that insider trading, and Ratty is a lawyer, he's here. If that insider trading has any form of international connection, right, that touches on, you know, United States border, then that is how that might have to engage United States involvement. But if it is something that was confined within the jurisdiction or within the space of Jamaica, no, United States cannot come in. Just let me ask Ratty, who is a lawyer, to further confirm that. Ratty, based on the question that the gentleman asked, right, could you just answer it for him?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Insider trading is governed by local laws, and so Jamaican laws would have to govern that. However, and again, you're absolutely correct. If the proceeds from the insider trading is transferred using the American banking system, the SWIFT, then there could be charges filed as a result of using tainted money passing tainted money through the American banking system.
All right, so that answer you, caller?
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for the clarity on that.
All right, you're welcome, sir. All right. Yes, caller, you're on the line. Yes, caller, you're on the line, Mystic Sensation. Oh. Go ahead. Yes, caller, you're on the line. You're on Mystic Sensation. Go ahead.
Hey,
how are you doing?
Good night. I'm here watching you guys and stuff like that. So, very interested.
Thank you.
The thing is here, I'm trying to find, I live in the United States here now for 39 years.
Yes.
And I lived down in 1986. And I'm really trying to find out how this guy gets so far in life.
And which guy are you making reference to? Andrew Holness?
Andrew Holness.
Okay.
How he gets so far? I mean, how he gets so far in life? You can't say he's like a smart person. And he's a lot more labor writers there before him. How he gets so far though, man? I just not understand it. And hold on, my second question here is I'm saying that I heard the frustration of the Jamaican people. But which I think Ratty can explain to that too. You know, the wheel of justice turned very slow. But let me assure them. Let me assure them. He will get in there. That's what I'm saying. And whether he lose,
and I believe that.
He's going down.
Yes.
What you say? Huh?
I believe that. I believe what you're saying.
Yeah. Whether he don't think he gonna win. Let's get that straight. But what I'm saying, whether I win or he lose, I want the Jamaican people to understand, because you can hear the frustration in all these people that call it tonight. And I'm gonna listen to Ratty tomorrow evening and hear what he got to say too. But what I'm saying here is, you can hear the frustration of the Jamaican people. Oh, you can't. I mean, if you doesn't know what you just want to do. You feel a pain, basically. You feel a pain tonight. And one thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna hang up. The wheel, I'm keep repeating myself, but it's the truth. The wheel of justice is slow but it's sure. And everyone from Darrell Valls, Andrew, and Harley are cronies, they're slowly going down.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're slowly going down. And I want people to understand that. Now go ahead. You're saying something.
No, well, you're 100% correct as it relates to the wheel of justice being slow, but definitely, right, persons are going to pay, right, for the wrong that they have done. And I do believe that.
Of course, it's just too much. It's just too much. And the thing is, they're helpless. And you have to give thanks to program like your program, and Ratty and the rest of guys' program, because these are the program that brought all these things to the forefront. If it wasn't this program, this guy would probably get away again. You see what I'm saying? But you guys take the time out to do all the investigation behind the scene and stuff, which is very good. And you guys need a lot of credit for it. So I'm saying you guys do a very, very good job.
Thank you.
By bringing all these things to the forefront to the people. Because I know people who call it from down there and let me know if it wasn't the program, they wouldn't even know. People wasn't even going to vote PMP. And once they heard it, they start once I tell one about the program, they start to listen at their phone. It's going around and you think it's not going around, but it's going around. And they start to listen. They change from voting for the Liberal and going to vote for PMP. You see what I'm saying? Because they heard, most of them never have the understanding what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But the little program here, you may think it doesn't go far, but they do one tell one. It start to, it's like a disease. It start to, inoculate up, so to speak.
Start to spread. Yes. And you're right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You know, when we look at this as it relates to, you know what, Jamaica, let me say this, and I have to applaud, right, particularly for those who have voted today, right, and so far put the People's National Party in the lead so far. We want to say a big thanks to them, right? Big thanks to them in terms of the advantage that we are bringing into September 3rd. And we are just simply asking Jamaica, we're telling Jamaica that enough is enough as it relates to the corruption that we have seen, the apparent corruption. They are not hiding it anymore, right? We have seen the situation with Darrell Vaz and the boss, right? And I'm glad Brother Rattigan went to the extreme. And let me say this, people. Rattigan is doing excellent job. Because what Rattigan brought to the forefront as it relates to Darrell Vaz called buses, right? Rattigan went and purchased a bus for $1, right? And show as it relates to the lie that Darrell Vaz is telling, right? Even as we speak, we don't know whether or not Darrell Vaz may just get the bus as a gift or get the buses as a gift or whatever. But for $1.4 billion, we certainly know that is a rip-off. And then the most hurtful thing on that situation is to the fact that Darrell Vaz has been used our children as political sport because he knew very well he didn't do that for the children. And that is the viciousness of it. And so then there is no rum can save him. No rum can save him. Bowler, pick up yourself. Me see a Bowler. And people remember, give Bowler endorsement because Bowler always work hard, right? In the fields as well. But when we say programs like, you know, a Rattigan, a Mystic Sensation, a Lonesome, and other programs, I am telling you, right? Trust me, we are bringing it to the people and we are fighting for our people in terms of bringing the information and bringing the facts. Integrity is integrity. We have to have a government that leads an integrity, right? Because number one, it is so unusual to have a prime minister to know that our prime minister is Ponzi scheme up in. What the hell is this? This is careless. This is worthless. The prime minister is moving like an ordinary thief.
He is the extra.
From Cash Plus to Wallet to SSL. And God knows what else. Sorry. We had brought forward the information here. We are on one part of the investigation showing the Prime Minister as it relates to his 2022 statutory declaration ending at $200 million. And then in 1 year, just 1 year, the Prime Minister amassed $270 million between 2023 to 2023.
273 million amassed in 1 year.
Yes, in 1 year, $273 million, right? You know, I'm not going to go back over this because you see that I start over the program again. I go and go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say good night to you all. We want to say one love to the panel. And my Bununus people, we love you, right? We make sure to tune in on September the 3rd. What's going to be here?
Sir Byron, look at your set up here in relation to this guy, Gladstone Brown. We know the Prime Minister put you up for Honors Award. Heroes Day coming. But me and make Marky G know said that for scrap.
Oh, you mean?
Because you have go with Anki Panky thing down there, you know. In the electoral office. We know that. Yeah, because you've been recommended for honorary award to do what? To steal election. Be careful, Gladstone clown, because you're not a brown. Be careful of yourself. I'm warning you. Take heed. All right.
So that's the final warning coming from Melting Pot. But guess what? Lapland said, Damian made a good point. The economy grew by 1%, while Mr. Holness will grew by 36%.
Yes, definitely.
No, that's not true. But you know what? Let me say this though, right? Before we're going out, we want to tell all Jamaican people, never be fearful as it relates to their fear mongering, right? Their bomb threat and all of that. Go out with your heart, your soul, and your body and vote, right? Put that X beside that head, because trust me, Jamaica, we need to defend our children. So what we are talking about, the generational future. We can't allow Holness to wreck this, because he has done so much damage. All right, Mr. Springs, coming into the space and close us out.
Yes, Uncle Byron. Thanks for having me here tonight. I just want to say again, remember, St. James people, everyone in Region 6, you know what happened at Sam Sharp Square on Sunday, the 31st of August 2025. We're going to celebrate our 47 out of 63. Remember, I've been predicting 55 seats. Yes. And 55 out of 63. And the 55 I'm predicting includes Andrew's seat. Okay? No, if we did not have that disruption today, that artificial disruption of bomb threats today, I believe 55 seats would have been counted from today. But my people who never vote today, come out on Wednesday and vote. Here, you still have your right in your hand, come out and vote. Because we need at least 55 seats. And let me tell you something. 2/3 of 63, is 42. And we're above that already by 5 seats. So let us continue the trend and give them some more to worry about. Wednesday, my people, come out. And remember, Northwest, me I call for you. Send home, Chung. Send home, Chung.
All right. Remember St. James, right? We want all the 5 constituencies, But let me tell you something. If 3 seats, September 3rd, when I'm here, if 3 seats gone from out of St. James, me I call it. Remember me tell you. We just want to 3 seats, me call it. It's done. If St. James, if them lose 3 seats in St. James, it's done. It over. Lock, barrel. We gone. Gone ahead. All right, that's so confident he is. All right, we're going to have to come off of this thing here now, because it seems like we take them a stay too long. Right, so we can come on. All right.
Let me just.
Come in,
Let me just say, people, it's a good sign. We need to vote out corruption. And corruption was on full display last night. And we know which quarters it was from. It was evident. It was fairly evident. And I mean, I watch, you know what? Tomorrow's program, we're going to look at we're going to examine, we're going to analyze the recent debates, all 3 of them. And we're going to also look at the JLP 2016, 2020, and the 25 manifestos. And we're going to show you that all of them do are regurgitate. They might promise the things of them when you see that the 25, me can show you, I'll show you tomorrow. Some of them promise them from 2016, and they might come and I promise you again. Same must know says just pure promises. And then we'll take 2 cases and we'll look at the financial activities, the pattern and practice of Minister Darrell Vaz and the Prime Minister. We're going to look at rooms on the beach, and we're going to look at the rural school bus system and show you that what you're seeing now is something we saw way back, and a lot of people really don't know the significance of that case, because Jamaica had to pay back close to $1 billion to the Mexicans simply because of greed and corruption. I will go and point it out tomorrow in glaring terms. You're going to see the document. And the last thing is, the gentleman who are planned for sue me, tune in tomorrow, because you're going to really have to sue me tomorrow when I show the people all of your activities in the affidavit put out by Craig Beresford from the Integrity Commission. And then you can sue me after that, because I really want you to sue me, because there's some documents that the Integrity Commission won't give me, but a lawsuit will definitely make them give me. So you can sue me, and then me sue them and bring them a lawsuit, or you can sue the 2 away. Either way, I'll get the document. So, and by the way, you might worry about in privacy, 1 lawsuit and the privacy thing over. So we'll look forward to that.
Ratty, you don't know this, Ratty. You might talk about lawsuit. No, I'm going to tell you which thing go stop, Ratty. Yes, when you reach the process of discovery, you go stop. All right, go stop.
You know what you're talking about, man. You know what you're talking about.
All right, let's go stop. You know what you think you can scare around here, so like afraid of.
No, we're going to show the letter tomorrow. We're going to show the letter tomorrow. We'll show the letter tomorrow. Yeah.
Ratty, that individual is a lunatic, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, it might come from out of the Prime Minister stable.
Yeah.
Because if the Prime Minister have any sense, he wouldn't sue the Integrity Commission. And this one now wants to me. So we are going to show the letter. Same thing. We are going to show the letter tomorrow what them lawyers send me this week. And everything with the lawyer send me nothing though, that's exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow. Come here, say, sue me, man. Sue me.
Yeah. He's not going to do it. He just cut off him out. Right? So, all right. That is it. This is the final thing now, you know. All right. Blessings. We thank all the people for passing through. You understand? One love. And remember, vote. Put the X beside the head. Manly Heights, 100%. Right? Vote. Put the X beside the head. All right, and I hit that. We are out. Blessings. Love you.
Tell Lady Spring I want a backlash champagne for the election coverage day.
How many bottles we have in there, so? 3 chilling and 3 chilling in the chiller on the patio.
Yeah, we have several champagne, you know, because most of the time we are here sipping on champagne. So
my cabinet empty.
Come on, so we're good. So people, remember people, right? Tune in September 3rd, Rattigan and Rowan James, who them try to stop one vote. He will be here breaking it down. You understand? Melting pot. Right now, Sphinx Q will be busy on the street and so forth. And giving us update and so forth. So
Sphinx Q will be the roving microphone.
All right.
I don't want you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.